karaoke, okay? That
Okay.
way it'll be nice and the sound will be like a podcast, nice and
Okay.
rich, okay? And it comes through well.
All right.
Let's just do well, we're on now. I'll show you something. I'm gonna just there's a bit of reverb. Let me just deal with that. Hello, everyone online. I'm just doing an audio check. Hello, Lorianne Walker and Sarah Reed. Could you confirm that you can hear me with Jessica at the podium? Please just put a yes. Excellent. Okay. So they can hear us. And I'm just going to get rid of this reverb. I think it's coming from the YouTube. Great. So uh, I'm going to give you the mic now, and you can have it anytime you want to turn it off. Person reading to camera will have large script, so they can see clearly what they have to say. So
I hope I don't flatter my French here. This is really all I'm looking at.
okay, so I'm gonna do a little audio check here as well, and let's see now. Okay, I'm just doing another audio check. Hello, Sarah. This is Lon Appleby with my hand up. Can you hear me? Yeah, great. Yes, excellent. Okay, good. And so if you can hear me, Sarah, that means Lorianne can hear, and everyone else who joins, perfect. And Jessica's getting set up. I'm Professor Lon Appleby. I have helped build this space. So I work with Jessica and others here, and I'm just helping her today, technically. So I just want to double check one other thing. If you want to speak at any point, you can just raise a digital hand, um, and we will come to you. Um, and you don't have to. And you can jump on your microphone as well and speak. And you can also enter things into the live chat as we're going. Okay, so you have lots of options. Um, do you have any questions, or do you understand what you've entered here, the global classroom? If you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the live chat, and I'll address them. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm going to leave my microphone on, and I'm going to just make sure that as people come into the space, they feel welcome and most importantly, that the technology is working. Okay, so let me come back and put something else up and that would be for now live stream. I think what we might need to do. Yep. There we are on YouTube. Just so you know, that's a self view there. So that gets recorded, and so when you fill it up with people, it looks fabulous. Okay. Yeah. Great. Okay. Good. Let me just get Jessica's material up here as well. Okay. So right now, Jessica's over here. That's her material there. I'm going to do something like this. So we're just getting everything set up, folks, online as you enter the global classroom, and I'll show you around shortly with our cameras so you can see others who are joining in person. And I'm speaking to the cosmos, as I call them, okay? So you are in the cosmos, everybody online. Okay, so this is Jessica's material. And I think what I'll do is, I'll make this a little narrower. Okay, so that's not gonna quite. So if we do that, we put that in the dock. We'll leave that for now. We're good with everything, Toria. Nice. Okay, so what we'll do is, I think for the self view, yeah, we're gonna put Jessica's material right here. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do today. There we go. Okay. We're gonna make it like that. Let's see if it, whoops. Remember, whoopsie. Go back. Say hi, everyone. No, we don't want that. That's what we want. That's what we want. Oh, it's so sensitive. Okay. That's because of the cursor. That's because of that. So we want that. That's how we want it. And I can see that going. I can see that going. Good. Now, the critical thing is we're going to leave that here. And we're going to open that out to something like that. Now, you want to put that behind here because if that doesn't go behind, it's very, very tricky. Okay, now we'll put that here. We'll put that here. We're going to do that here. And we're going to do that here. There we go. There we go. So we have, oh, here we go. Here we go with that, eh? Oh, I think I know what's causing this. Okay. So let's keep that separate. What's causing that? Okay, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. But it's, let's see. Okay. What is causing? Is it that's touching? I think it's, let's see. I think what happens is that wire, yeah. So that wire kind of needs to be there. Let's see. Good. No, 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 no. Because it gets mixed up with that. So, what if we do that? What if we do something like that? What if we do something like that? Does that solve it? Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Does that solve it? I think it just might. Okay. For anyone joining us online, this is Lon Appleby at the podium, and you're just hearing me think things through technically to make sure everything is connected. Okay,
It's quite enjoyable, Lon.
very good. It's okay if that happens. I would like to see the self view there, but that's okay. If I want to, I will just come there. Nice. We don't need that. Ah, good. Samantha is sharing her camera. Excellent. I'm going to try. Hello, Samantha. I'm just
Hi, Lon. How are you?
okay. Let me just check and see how you sound. Can you speak again, Samantha?
Good morning, Lon. How are you today?
Okay. Yeah, we have a issue with our speaker here. But let me
You can't
just.
hear me?
It may be that we can only hear you in the live chat, Samantha. I'm just getting this set up properly.
Okay.
And doing that. Okay, so if we want to have Samantha full screen, we could do something like that. And then we can come back to the global classroom. And if Sarah chooses to share her camera, we can go there and we can come back. And if Lorianne chooses, she can do that. And if Samantha chooses, she's sitting in the Library of Alexandria. No, there should be scrolls. But that's what the Library of Alexandria in ancient Egypt would have looked like, minus the books. There would have been scrolls. Okay. Oh, I see why we didn't hear you. Go ahead, Samantha.
I was mute. Well, I was
Go
unmuted
ahead
before. Can you
and
hear me
speak
now?
for a second. Oh,
Testing, one,
so
two,
go
three.
ahead and speak
Testing,
again.
testing.
There we go. Got it.
There we go. Awesome.
I'm
Good stuff.
troubleshooting. Excellent. Okay. So we'll come back to me. I control the view. Excellent. Okay. So we're good. And I can play with that. So Jessica, you anytime, but take your time. Are you? Okay. Then take a microphone. I'm going to close some of the doors just to make sure the audio is clear. And okay, any time you like, just make sure the microphone's on and speak like karaoke, and then you're good.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us on this cold and snowy Saturday. Today's event is about legal innovation, imagination, and inspiration. We're bringing creative ideas and a visionary approach to problem solving, also known as alternative dispute resolution. Je m'appelle Jessica Mason et je suis votre maître de cérémonie pour aujourd'hui et nous espérons que vous l'apprécierez événement spectaculaire. I'm Jessica Mason and I will be your MC for the day. We hope you enjoy this spectacular event. I hereby acknowledge with humility and gratitude that Oshawa is situated on the traditional territory of multiple nations, including the Mississaugas. I wish to express my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to occupy this land. We recognize and profoundly value their historical connection to this territory, and we are grateful to those who have cared for these lands for millennia. Acknowledging the historical context and providing ongoing support, are essential for the preservation and the future stewardship of these territories. My unwavering commitment reflected in my current projects and daily practices is to facilitate the process of decolonization, not only through my personal understanding, but also by promoting a broader collective awareness among others. The work that I do undertakes and aligns with the Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner's call to justice. In addition to the educational sessions that will be happening throughout the day, we're providing free legal consultations for the community. There are representatives here from various organizations to serve you. We have a very talented and experienced group of speakers here. I'm grateful to all of you for volunteering your time on a Saturday for this community-driven initiative and excited to hear what you have to share with us. There are 10 volunteers from Durham College's own Campus Conflict Resolution Service who will be performing a session about conflict and performing a mock mediation at 2:00 p.m. We have free coffee and tea for the first 50 in-person attendees today. There will be 3 draws for gift certificates valued at $150 each, and a draw for a free mediated divorce, which will take place at 3:05. An extended thank you from all of us here to everyone who is attending online or in person and helping make this day a success.
You know who I am. I'll be floating around. Hi, I will be floating around. I'm Professor Lon Appleby at the college, and I help to create this whole space, and I teach out of here. So I'm providing Jessica with tech support today. Make sure everybody's comfortable and everything's working. So just be aware that this is a completely multimedia flexible classroom. So we can be in person, we can be synchronously online, which is what you see now with Michelle, Samantha, and Sarah. And then we're also on YouTube right now, where we are live streaming in high definition. This is what you see. And this is the critical thing, because this gets recorded. So this resource is available later. So students who come into this class, when I teach, they have the option of attending in different ways, just like you do today. So just be aware that the reason I've asked you to sit in the circle here or in that view is because if you're not on camera at the moment, you don't exist. You know, I mean, that's the modern dilemma. But today, it really is true. So I want to make sure we get a great recording for Jessica. Okay, so that's what's on YouTube now. Everything's being recorded, and I'll let Jessica carry on. And I'm here if you need me. Okay, if there's anything
Thank
I
you,
can
Lon.
assist with. Yeah,
I'm so grateful for Lon to allow us to use the room today. That's amazing. Thank you.
no problem.
And I have a surprise later on in the day. I will give you a hint. The person's name starts, their initials are MH. Unfortunately, this person could not come here today, but I will be interviewing him on St. Patty's Day. So stay tuned. So today is Access to Justice Day. What is access to justice? In law, it refers to the ability of individuals to understand, locate, and afford legal services and resources to address their legal problems, ultimately leading to fair and just outcomes. What is justice? Well, the ancient Greeks, namely Socrates, one of the greatest philosophers, spent years trying to define what justice is and what it means to have justice. I personally love philosophy, so I look to Socrates for some true definitions of justice to help me. So here they are. Number 1, nothing is to be preferred before justice. A quote that expresses the importance of justice. Number 2, this one might help. If we only knew what it was. Or number 3, as for me, all I know is nothing. So that goes to show you how big of a subject justice is. And I think to the ancient Greeks, they viewed justice more as a state of being. myself, I believe in our times that justice is about freedom, that we have the freedom in Canada, we have choices as free people, we have the power to choose what happens in our lives. We hope that after today, you will look at your problems differently, perhaps with a new lens about conflict and how to manage it in your personal and professional lives. We have freedoms here in Canada, which we may take for granted. We have the freedom to make choices for ourselves about our lives with undue restrictions or control by someone else. We have the freedom to pursue our own path and to express thoughts and ideas openly, to live authentically according to our values and beliefs. As individuals, we seek happiness, fulfillment, and creativity while respecting the freedom and impact of actions on the broader community and environment. And of course, we have the freedom to use alternative methods to resolve our conflicts. So here are the top reasons to mediate instead of going to court. Number one, freedom of choice in mediation. Instead of having a judge being appointed to your case, you will decide on who your mediator is. Number two, privacy. Some cases in the court system are reported on and made available to the public. With mediation, your matter will always remain private. Number three, the process is straightforward. Most people describe the process of mediation as straightforward compared to the court process. Number four, time. Most separations that use the court process take years to settle. The mediation process is controlled by the parties. Number five, legal obligation. Most areas of law now recommend or legislate mediation within their court process. Number six, stress. Research has uncovered that people who use mediation overall have found their experience to be satisfactory or better. Number seven, relationships. Where the relationship between the people is important, mediation is a better choice than the court system. Number eight, cost. Most mediated divorces and separations cost significantly less than those that go to court. Number nine, you have the option for both mediation and the court system. If you cannot agree on all of the issues, you can still create a binding agreement on the issues that you do. And number 10, you can negotiate your terms with the professional from the comfort of your own home. So there you have it. As you can see, mediation has many benefits, but it's not for everyone. And I will tell you why when I do my presentation. So now let's give a warm welcome to Samantha Glass.
Thanks, everyone. Hello. Sorry I couldn't be there with you today. Unfortunately, my car broke down, but I'm here to talk to you guys about access to justice. And it's what a great event that you're putting on there today. And I'm really happy to talk on this topic specifically because I'm going to tell you a little bit of my story, where I started from and how I became a paralegal. And then I'm going to talk to you about why paralegals are so important and so valuable to the public, and they don't even know it yet. So again, my name is Samantha Glass, and I'm a paralegal. Been a paralegal for 14 years now. And my story stems from being in other careers. I actually started in the construction industry. I was trying to become a plumber. I was very young. I was working with my dad. My dad taught me about construction, and I thought to myself, this is where I want to be. I want to go into plumbing. And in that time, I was trying to get an apprenticeship, and unfortunately, nobody would accept me. And what I heard from people was, "You're a girl. We don't want girls in this industry. We don't want girls. Girls shouldn't be doing plumbing." I didn't know what to do with it. So I thought to myself, what should I do next? And then I switched to going into human resources. And with that, I thought I knew what I was doing. I loved my job. I worked for a company where I was working as internal HR. And I noticed people being treated unfairly. I was treated unfairly. My son, he suffers from a disability. He almost lost his ability to walk. And with that happening to him, I had to take time off work. And my employer would make comments about the fact that I would go and take my son to the hospital for his checkups. He had to get rods in his spine because his spine disintegrated and he was almost unable to walk. At that time, being in HR, I didn't understand what my rights were. I didn't understand that when an employer would say to me, you can't do this or you can't do that, when it had to do with family status or disabilities, I just accepted it. There were times where I didn't actually go to the hospital with my son for fear of losing my job. So you see, 2 times in my life, I faced human rights issues and I didn't understand what was happening. So I just accepted it. With that being said, my parents, they are heavy into property management. I also worked with them. I was assisting them with some of their matters before paralegals were regulated. And as a need, I became a paralegal when there was the court and tribunal agent diploma way back when. As I was going through my diploma and through my courses, I started to learn about my rights. And now I look back and I say to myself, gosh, I could have done something more. I could have helped my son. I could have helped myself. I could have said something. And, we all have a story to tell. I'm sure everybody in the room and everyone online here has maybe not the same story, but they have a reason and a passion why they've come into this industry. And that's my story. That's where I've come from. I can tell you, becoming a paralegal when I did, I know that pretty much nobody that I knew of knew what a paralegal was. I didn't actually know what a paralegal was. My professors would say, you're like a mini lawyer. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Can I do the same things a lawyer can do? Can I go to the Supreme Court of Canada? Right? So I really had no idea. And I don't think really many people did. Okay. So it really, what this comes down to is I'm talking about 14 years ago to now. And I still have that feeling that people don't really know that they're starting to learn, but they don't really know what we do. And it has to do with television. Meghan Markle on Suits, they think that a paralegal is a law clerk. It's something that we have to change. But anyways, what I wanted to talk about really is that we are the essence. We play a really essential role in the legal system today. Without us, what we're seeing is backlogs in the court system, high legal fees, self-represented litigants, people that need help and don't know that they can get our help. There are people that can get legal aid, and there are people that can afford a lawyer. And then there's those people in between, in this gap. And they are the people that we serve. They just need to know that we can serve them. So the cost of legal representation is very, very high when you look for a lawyer. Not to say that paralegals are inexpensive. Paralegals charge fair rates, but rates that everybody can afford, in my opinion, when I've done my research on various legal rates. We have to do better as a profession. We need to get out there and we need to speak to more members of the public. I saw this need 8 years ago and I created a not-for-profit called the York Region Paralegal Network. And that network is, their main goal is to educate the public. So what we do is we go out to various events within York Region. We go out to community groups and we speak about access to justice and how paralegals can assist. We've partnered with places like the local library, York Region Pride, York Region Police, and we speak and speak and speak. We also offer a pro bono, like legal clinics. So individuals that can't get legal aid, but they can't afford a lawyer, we hold these legal clinics once every few months to try to provide that access to justice. Our goal is really to alleviate the stress on the courts and on the public. We want to see the public knowing their rights, understanding their rights, and feeling comfortable that if they have to self-represent, that they know what to do. They know how to navigate this complicated system. A strong justice system requires strong advocates and the power of advocacy. Paralegals are filling that role with pride and experience. Think about the tenant facing an unfair eviction, the small business owner struggling with a contractual dispute, or the driver wrongfully charged with a traffic offense. These are people that need us the most. Every case we take on is an opportunity to educate and to empower and to make a real difference. We don't just interpret the law, we apply it in ways that make tangible improvements in people's lives. We make the law accessible, not only through affordability, but through clarity, by breaking down legal jargon and ensuring our clients understand their rights and responsibilities. It's very powerful. As I read this, it's actually making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I love this profession. I am passionate about this profession. The paralegals in this profession and those that are friendly to this profession, they know what I'm talking about. We need to do more of this. So where do we go from here? We need to continue to educate the public about the roles of paralegals and the vital services that we provide. The more people understand what we do, the more they will turn to us in their time of need. Second, we must support each other as a profession. Whether you're a seasoned paralegal or just starting your journey, remember that our collective strength lies in our unity. Engage in professional development, mentor new paralegals, and advocate for the growth of our profession. Lastly, we must push for legislative and policy change. This will allow even more access to justice in areas that the public may not be able to afford legal representation. And we're seeing that change now with the FSLP certification. So we're not an alternative to lawyers. We are a critical pillar of Ontario's legal system. We enhance the system. We help the everyday person. And we are what I call us, the frontline justice warriors. And we fight for justice every day. So again, if you're going to leave from this this little talk on with any information, that is, keep talking about paralegals. Know what we do. If you don't know what we do, ask each other, but continue to talk about us. The more you talk about us, the more that people will know that they are not alone in this very, very complicated system. I will turn this back over to our MC for the day. Again, my name is Samantha Glass, and I'm a paralegal.
That was amazing. That was amazing, Samantha. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Samantha?
Yes, I forgot to put that out there. If you do have questions, happy to answer any.
Okay.
If you don't
Here we
have
go.
questions now, then you can always reach out to me as well on LinkedIn or online.
Sandra has a question.
Yeah, I'll
Hi,
move the
Samantha.
microphone around.
Perfect. Sandra,
you,
hello.
It's really exciting what you're doing. So can we hear a little bit more about how you organized in York Region and maybe share some best practices for other regions?
Absolutely. I know Durham has a group. I believe they have a group. And Hamilton has a group. So how we started was, it's going to sound funny, but we started in a dance studio gym. We didn't have space because we have no funding. So we started with a very small business plan. And the plan really is, what is the mission? Started with the mission and what our top 3 priorities were. We created a plan. And we talked to various funders and they said, look, we're not going to fund you until we see what you can do. So how we started was by putting on CPDs. So we put on these CPDs for the profession within this gymnastics gym and this dance studio. We would hold these CPDs and we would use the funding from those CPDs to fund community service tables or other events. And we've just continued to model this over and over again every single year. We now do this big event every year in November. It's called the York Region Paralegal Network Law Summit. We do this down at the Toronto City Hall or up in York Region. And again, the funding from that goes back into our not-for-profit to again fund community booths and any information that we are trying to provide to the public. So not a very complicated model. It's a very simple model. There isn't any membership in our organization. Our organization runs on if paralegals want to use some of our education events or come to our education events, they pay a nominal fee, knowing that that fee goes back in for services. One more thing I will mention, I see some other hands up, and that is we have started what's called a mentorship roundtable, and that is we meet every single month with a group of new or seasoned licensees, and we talk and figure out how can we help each other. It's like an accountability group. We do that online. I hope I was able to answer your questions very high level, but if you have any more questions about that and want to sit and chat about it, we can absolutely do that.
If there are questions here, I can move the microphone around, and please just speak like it's karaoke into the microphone like this, and it'll sound rich like a podcast, not distant like television, but radio, nice and intense. Language is so important. So if you don't want to ask me questions, no problem. Jessica?
I see Michelle has a question online. Did you want me to address her?
Yeah, absolutely.
Michelle,
go ahead, Michelle.
Hi, Samantha. This is going to be my best radio voice that I can give you today, as I was instructed. I have been introduced to you by many colleagues that we have in common. I have been floating around the paralegal world for quite a bit of time, but as you know, the time that I came into this industry, there wasn't a lot of structure. Many of us came, we graduated. There was a big push from government to have paralegals enter the industry. However, the structure wasn't there. Many of us are not as proficient as you are. You carry a lightsaber and a magic wand in your back pocket, and that is a known fact in the industry. So in order for me to become Wonder Woman and earn my wristbands to fight off evil, what would be the next best step? So let me support that by saying many of us have some level of proficiency. We just really are trying to sharpen our saws. So we're not necessarily coming in as brand new junior. Most of us are coming in a second career. We're mature. We're in our 40s or 50s. We're not graduating in our 20s. So sometimes sitting in a room again with 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds, not seeing, our lived experience being served at the table, we're looking for maybe a faster track. It may be the mentorship you referred to, but I'm not sure what that structure might look like. And quite honestly, I sent my son in live. He's going to hate that I said this, but he's in live because I wanted him to get a glimpse of you and perhaps meet you in person. He is studying to become a lawyer. I'm a paralegal and a mediator. I don't think I'm going to law school, but that might be in the future, in the distant future. But if you were talking to a 40, 50-year-old person who just needs the confidence that they're not going to be handed their behind in a courtroom for lack of knowledge, where would you say the first part is to stop, other than giving you my volunteer hours for the summer?
Well, first of all, thank you for the comments that you made in your opening. It's something that many of us struggle with. I also struggle with that, is trying to get into areas and finding mentors, and it's almost impossible, I feel. So I totally echo what you're saying, but I think it comes down to, I would suggest attending our mentorship group and talking to some of the other licensees. But we also are doing, like I said, we run some educational events. I know Durham does as well, where they're practical events. For example, we just did one for free 2 weeks ago for advocacy. We taught advocacy. We gave a mock trial scenario, and we ran that through. Right? So things like that, where you do it, not us just speaking to you, I think those are very valuable tools that you can use. And just asking questions of people you feel comfortable with. if you're not sure, like I find that it's hard to do that. You really have to find somebody that like you call them up and you say, hey, I have a stupid question. They're like, yeah, no, you don't have a stupid question. You're just clouded, or you know what you're doing. You're confident, but you're not wiping away the weeds. So I would suggest, yeah, reach out to me. I can share the mentorship information with the organizers as well, and you're all welcome to come. But because, like I say, my friend always says to me, Sam, anyone can go alone, but no one can grow alone. So let's help each other. I think that's the best way to do it. And for your son, I can answer something towards that before you move on. My son's taking high school law. Lon, sorry, 2 seconds.
Oh, keep going.
And
Keep going.
yeah, for those that I'm finding a lot of paralegals are transitioning to become lawyers because of scope of practice. We do have a large scope as paralegals, but there are areas that we still can't do. So I'm finding a lot of my paralegal students are going to law school. But with law school, it's a very different mentality. And I suggest to your son that he needs to network now. He needs to be a student member of the OBA. He needs to attend every single in-person event that he can. And he needs to start to talk to people. It is very competitive and it's very, very hard to get articling. So if he starts now, he'll be in a very, very good position. I hope that helps him.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Lon.
Thank you, Samantha. Thanks for your
You're
question,
welcome.
Michelle. That's amazing. Okay, so next up, we have David Naganash. He is the principal and founder of Red Wolf Mediation. He brings a wealth of knowledge and wisdom as an Indigenous mediator, negotiator, and trainer. In 2012, he was elected commissioner for the Anishinaabeg Nation Tribunal and Commission. The commission provides adjudication, mediation, and Indigenous circle processes to 39 First Nations. He has successfully mediated many complex multi-party disputes across the province of Ontario using a hybrid approach of Indigenous teaching, spirituality, and contemporary mediation techniques. He is a frequent guest lecturer speaker at many post-secondary institutions and is an expert in Indigenous approaches to conflict. He's pursuing a LLM in dispute resolution at Osgoode Hall Law School. Hello, David.
Good morning. Great to be here.
Nice to
Thanks,
see you here.
Jessica.
You're
Nice
very
to meet you.
welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Okay, let's get into this quickly. I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming and participating today. I'm going to do a traditional opening. So you'll find this is one of the openings wherever you go in First Nation communities. We often do a traditional opening and ceremonial prayer. So I'm just going to introduce myself with our language, the Anishinaabe language, and the introduction. You almost had it there. It's pronounced Anishinaabe, which is the nation, which covers Ojibwe, the Chippewa, and the Potawatomi. So we're the Anishinaabe Nation. I think there's 39 First Nations in Ontario that are Anishinaabe.
I think she wants to make sure she's correct. Go
No. It's okay. It's part of the education piece. So,
yeah, exactly. Me too.
Gadak se geke dijnakas maingandodem. That's my spirit name. My English name is David Naganash, which is my English name. The name that the government gave me is David. My spirit name is Spotted Hawk. And that animal, spirit animal, is part of my character, my identity, and essentially that spirit animal, I carry that name, and this spirit animal looks and analyzes, and so that's part of my character. That's what I do. I've noticed that in my youth and my young adulthood. This is it's part of who I am and what I do. And so I'm sort of been predestined to do this work in mediation. What we say in our language is Odake Gaganundawin, which translates in English to mediation and essentially means guided discussion. So we've been doing this type of work for thousands of years. Even though we know there's been dark times in our history and different warring between nations and so on for many generations and decades. If you look at some of the history, I can't go into that right now, but we've always had conflict. And for people, just so you know, one of the ways that I open up our my mediation work and how I teach and I educate as I mediate is that conflict was meant to be. Now, I wouldn't say conflict on the, when you look at Ukraine and Russia, I think it's more at a community level, personal level, within our organizations and, certainly within our families. And, I think we can all say we've had some conflicts with family. I'm, no different from anybody else. So conflict was meant to be. And so we have to ask ourselves, what is this person or situation trying to teach me? And to know that, pride is the downfall, openness is the key. So sometimes, be proud of who you are, be proud of your work, your family, your accomplishments, your achievements. But know that, conflict will definitely happen, and it's happened. But not to let that pride get in the way of our interpersonal relationships. And so we just think of it as a teaching. And life is like that. It's like we're always being taught. This is the way indigenous worldview is. Right now I'm looking out the window, I see the snow and the incredible amount of snow that happened over the last week. And what I was taught is that Mother Earth is healing when this happens. So Mother Earth, we say, is oh my gosh, what's her name? Mother Earth. She's escaping me with my language. It is just a moment. Give me a second here.
We all want to help you, but we don't know.
No, I got it. Mashkeke Nagawe. That means Medicine Earth Mother. She is all colors and all clans. So that's who we recognize and we acknowledge in the work that we do. We know that we're here. We're part Earth and we're part Spirit. So half and half is the way we see it. So I want to talk a little bit about the work that I do. I mediate all over the country in different capacities. One of my most at a high level, I've mediated and participated, mediating with 4 First Nation governments, the province and the federal government, and lawyers, and at least 25 people at the table, and some online in the Northwest Territories. And it was a 2-year-long mediation. It's a very lengthy process using a one text model. So if you want to look into that, if you want to Google one text, it might be an education, an awareness for you. I didn't understand it myself, but there is a way to mediate with multi-party stakeholders, as I described. A lot of my work, again, is at the community level here in Ontario. I am, I like to promote myself as being the #1 guy in Ontario. Now that may not be true, but that's how I endeavored, and I keep moving forward to be the best I can possibly be, and to support our people in finding resolution to many complex issues, and certainly within our the historical narrative in this country. And the residential schools and the abuse and missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I have to highlight that. We know that we have many of our people have had tough times, hard times. And so we know that hurt plus fear equals anger. And so that when, some of the challenges that I've had in mediating in First Nations and Indigenous communities is having to deal with that historical narrative. We see a lot of that pain and anger in people, not being able to negotiate and being putting things on the table. I've had multitudes of mediations and facilitations. I also do restorative justice. I have a website coming out next month, a new website that I've been developing, and that'll certainly give you a pretty good sense of who I am and what it is I do. And again,
It's okay.
what I want to emphasize in the work that sets me apart, sets Indigenous mediators like myself. Well, in my experience, I started mediating. I took my first course in 2001, and I started mediating with the Indigenous community here in Toronto, and with the Aboriginal Legal Services. And with that, I began to understand how Indigenous facilitation and spirituality coincide and enhance our ability to find healing through negotiations and our traditional medicines. One of the tools that we use tools and medicines in the work, and that's what sets us apart that's what sets me apart from most other non-indigenous mediators, because I have these tools that were given. This here is a Pewagan. You probably heard of a peace pipe. This here pipe is sacred, and that I can, when I use this and I load it with tobacco. If you look at it, and this is just a teaching for yourselves, you see the stone, which comes out from a certain part of the world in North Dakota, I believe, and the stem itself is made of wood, and in between this symbolizes a man and a woman, and so in the middle are all the other sexual orientations. So it's representative of a global community. So this, you probably heard of the peace pipe. I've never ever seen one or smoked one, but I use this in my work as a mediator to connect to the spirit realm, to the Mishomis, Nokomis, grandmothers and grandfathers, to give me guidance. Even might be 2 days before or even a week before I go into a mediation, I will prepare spiritually for this mediation, for this discussion. And it's profound that sometimes, I ask for guidance and say, how can I help these parties? What can I do to make things better? What is a good resolution? What would be the ideal outcome? And so I use this as a means of prayer, connecting to the spirit world. This pipe here is direct communication to them. And so I have that in my toolbox. I reconnected to my culture. I didn't know anything about my culture until I was 20, and I'm 56 now. But I still feel like I'm 26. Feel pretty young. My hair tells a different story. But nonetheless, these are the things that I do, and it's been an incredible journey of learning. And so I know I've taught hundreds of people in Ontario, in Southern Ontario, across the country, from north to east to west to north to south. And this is what I do. It's my passion. And so I see some of my colleagues on the agenda, and I don't come out to do these things anymore. I've done a lot of them. In fact, I think I was with Helen Lightstone and at Durham College a number of years ago. I can't remember when I first started, delving into some of this work. So that's a little bit about who I am, what I do, and I'm really there's not a lot of Indigenous mediators out there, so I'm trying to, make sure that we have those people in our communities that, we can take it upon ourselves to hold our own people accountable, and seek justice within. I get a lot of calls from the national level from many First Nations across the country, and most recently to help two First Nations with overlapping land claims in Alberta. And they wanted me to help come and facilitate and develop a treaty between the nations, which was pretty cool. I thought, I've never done that. They said, "Is that something you could do?" I said, "I think I can do that. Absolutely." And so you kind of got to push yourself sometimes and take yourself out of your comfort zone. Community mediation is what I've been doing. Do a lot of that, but I need to, I'm 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 really I got to delve more into Aboriginal law, Indigenous law, and get out there and do some of the higher level stuff and make that more of my bread and butter, so to speak. With that, just want to say thank you. Miigwech is thank you in the Anishinaabe language. And I think Jessica did a very well. She pronounced my last name. We had a conversation last night on how to pronounce it. And yeah, she did very well. So thank you very much for having me. If you're interested in knowing more about my work, again, my website will be up in March, and you'll have you'll get a better sense of who I am and what I do. Okay, so
Thank you so
that's
much,
it for
David.
me. That's
That
it
was
for me.
that was wonderful to hear that. I'm really looking forward to your website to learn more about the way that you do mediation. Is there anything we actually have quite a few students here today? Is
Oh,
there
wonderful.
anything that you could say to the students as a tip?
To a tip to becoming
Mediating, yeah, to get out in the world, actually more focused on the mediation itself.
okay.
Like a strategy. Is there a strategy you could share?
You know what's so funny, and it's a bit of a story, and I'm going to tell you because it's significant. How I, how I mean, I had a lot of sort of ups and downs and like learnings. You have to be a reflective practitioner at every end of mediation. There's always something I said, geez, I should have said that, could have done this. You see a lot of people out there say, I lost count when I was taking course at York University, an advanced ADR course, and one of the practitioners there, the teachers, he's a little bit, had a bit of an ego, and he's like, I lost count after 3,000 mediations. And I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy. Listen, you got to keep on moving. You got to keep hustling. If you want to mediate, you just got to keep on getting out there and learning and pushing yourself, putting yourselves, testing your ability. And you practice. You practice. I started. I always, my daughter, I drive her crazy because I'm always reframing things with her, or sometimes paraphrasing, but I always try to use my mediation skills wherever I go, and sometimes I just have fun with it, quite honestly. So
That's
you
funny.
got to keep on moving. That's the trick. Never give up.
Wonderful. I tried to practice my mediation skills with my children as well. It's hard though. It's really, really difficult. Difficult thing to do with the
Yeah.
kids. But
Yeah,
anyway,
for
thank you
sure.
so much for joining us, David. That was great to hear what you have to say today.
Okay,
And
well,
next
don't
up,
hesitate to reach out. For Jessica,
absolutely.
if you need to get a contact email, that's not a problem.
Awesome. Thanks again. We really appreciate it.
All the
Have
best.
a
Take
great
care.
day. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Awesome. All right. Next up, we have Sandra Smith. She's an educator, lawyer, community advocate, entrepreneur, financial director with provincial and international experience, proficient educator, and innovative curriculum developer for over 25 years, dedicated community advocate and project manager adept at select legal software, website development tools, learning platforms, word processing packages, presentation spreadsheet, and accounting applications. Wow. There is so much experience in here today and online. I was thinking about it on my way here and I thought, I bet you there's like 500 years combined of experience with everyone here. And I have 5 years, so it'd be 505. But yeah, great to have so many experienced people here today.
Thank you. I didn't think you were going to read the whole thing. Can I be here, or do you want me to stay over
And
here?
I can't resist saying we are Team Canada here. I just had to say it because how much experience was on that winning team? But anyways, sorry, go ahead. And it looks good. I just wanted to let you know that as you're giving your presentation, as I did with David, I can go over and make notes, and that PDF can be available for everyone later too. So it's another resource. Okay,
Certainly.
I'll do it.
I like the way.
Do you? Yeah. So there's notes. If anybody wants to put anything up there, you can go and write there yourself if you like, or I can do it, and then that's available afterwards. Okay. Yeah. So I'll show you. Take a pen And Sandy, go ahead anytime, okay? You've got the microphone, and I'll show you. Yeah.
Terrific. Okay, well, that was so rich already. Those two presentations have told us so much. I'm here to speak about paralegals, but if I can, I'd love to try to pick up some of the concepts that we've heard already and see if I can bring them into what I have to say today. First of all, law school, paralegals, which one? Law, paralegal, be a lawyer, be a paralegal. The question is either or, and I don't understand that question. I want to say both. I didn't have the opportunity to go through paralegal education because I am that old and it wasn't around at that time. I think I might even predate CTA, so court and tribunal agents. But if I had to do it again, everyone, I would absolutely say that you get in through paralegal. So I'm very, very pro paralegals, but at minimum paralegal education. I think you can take it and go so far with it. But I want to pull back a little bit and talk about the bigger theme today, which is access to justice, and particularly around the concept of resolving conflict. Okay, so that's what we are all interested in, right? If we're talking from the perspective of a mediator, we're trying to do it in one way, but paralegals want to be able to pick up on those skills mediators have, but then also be able to represent their clients in front of tribunals. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what paralegals do in a minute. I really feel that a paralegal is meeting a need that we may not fully understand, but there's some really interesting statistics out there, so I want to share them with you. If you're not a numbers person, sorry, but I find that numbers kind of sort of clarify things for me. So I'm going to just read a passage from a recent, well, not a recent, it's 2016 now, but Dr. Farrow and Dr. Curry, who are both leading lights in this field of study of access to justice, produced a document about the everyday legal problems. So there was a comment earlier before about, well, do paralegals go to the Supreme Court? Guys, the Supreme Court is not where it is. That's not where the work is. The work is at the community level. That's where things have to happen. Okay, so he did this survey and he said that within a 3-year period, he found 48%, let's call it 50% of the adult Canadian population, right? So that's over 12 million people, will experience at least one everyday legal problem. And they described everyday legal problems are frankly the areas that paralegals work in. So consumer law issues, right? Housing, access to government services, okay? These are the issues that Canadians are facing. So he said, furthermore, many people will experience multiple problems. Those that they have surveyed said 30% experience 2 or more legal problems. So it's not that they have one run-in, right? There's multiple conflicts facing the majority of people out there, okay? And it means that in any given 3-year period, so, just 3 years goes by like that, but in any given 3-year period, there are 35 million different legal disputes, legal challenges that Canadians are facing. There's so much work out there, okay? So much work. So I want to just speak actually at this point to something that Samantha raised, and which I think we're going to talk about a bit today too, is structure, right? So with all of this work out there, how do you get out there and do that work, right? How do you create a business in which you're able to survive financially, but also to serve your community and to meet the needs of individuals in terms of helping them get access to justice? So I don't have a powerful solution to that, everyone. I just want to say that what David said to us, I really appreciate, which is you just keep on moving. You just keep on moving. So when I went to law school 1,000 years ago, similarly to the discussion about wanting to be a plumber, right? There wasn't a lot of room for women, right? Certainly not the way that I wanted to do my practice. And it was a huge struggle for me. And so you just keep on moving, though, everyone. And so looking back now on, 3 decades, that's a lot of time. Looking back, you just see that there is movement and there is growth. So paralegals are a really classic example of that. We've always had dispute, right? As David told us, we have been working with courts and tribunals for decades upon decades. But at some point, our law society decided that we should license the individuals who are working in those areas. It's very unique, right? It's not Meghan Markle. Those of you that have had me as a professor know that I've said that many times. We're not Meghan Markle. A little bit more than that. Not to put her down, but just to say that paralegals have a broader scope, many, many more skills than simply doing research in a law firm. So our law society has given us the opportunity to engage in 2 years, possibly 1 year, but 2 years normally of study at the college level. Once you finish that, you are eligible to write the licensing exam, which happens at multiple times throughout the year. And then upon receiving your license, you're able to go out and represent your clients. You don't have to work for a lawyer. You're able to do this completely on your own. But again, the comment made earlier was you grow together. So it's wonderful to see paralegals coming together with other paralegals to make firms, paralegals working with lawyers, paralegals working with mediators, right? So you can do it by yourself if you want to, but it's always better when you do it with a team. So the scope of practice for paralegals is it's narrower than what we see for a lawyer, but it's really, I remind you again, everyone, but the majority of the work is in the area that paralegals are able to work, okay? So we don't do real estate. Okay, real estate's a big area of law, that's true. But we are allowed to argue matters before the small claims court, before any of the tribunals in Ontario, right? And as well, because of our license, we're able to act as mediators. Now, I don't want to undermine any of the training that's out there for mediators. It's absolutely essential. So when I said before, is it a lawyer or a paralegal? And I said it's both, right? It's a lawyer, a paralegal, or mediator. It should be all. And so I'm just, as an educator, I'm excited about you going out and getting all of those skills. But in addition to actually representing clients before adjudicative bodies, we can also assist in managing conflict without having to go to some sort of formal setting. Okay, so we've been around. I keep saying we've been around since 2007, which is officially when the Act brought into effect the concept of a licensed paralegal in Ontario. So from that perspective, very, very new. But in terms of the skills that you need to acquire, they are what we've had for millennia, right? The capacity to recognize what a group of people need in order to move past the problem that they're facing. Okay. Sometimes you need to push people over that line, right? With some sort of force, which is what we find when we get a ruling from a court or from a tribunal. But most of the time, it's so much better if you can be there to kind of pull the problem apart, okay, separate it out, simplify it, and then get to the core of the issue and resolve the matter, right? And that is what paralegals do. So I was really thrilled with the list that Samantha gave us at the top as to why to mediate. Right. And so she listed so many extraordinary advantages to mediation, including, the choice of the mediator, privacy, and the idea that relationships are preserved when you work with a mediator. Okay. And so I wanted to add to the list, not me, but David added to the list, and that's this idea of spirit. Right. So in the preservation of relationships, right, if you don't have a concept that everybody at the table has something to say Everybody has something to contribute to the conflict or to the resolution of the conflict, right? If you're not seeing those individuals as not only just having material needs, but also having the spiritual needs as well, you're not going to do, you'll do a good job, but you're not doing a great job. And so I really love this idea of recognizing that what you're doing is not just about solving this problem, but it's actually contributing to what's going on in the community. So I know that a lot of people are going to come up here today and talk about how the skills of mediators, paralegals, lawyers, anyone involved in the legal field can contribute to making our community stronger. And looking at access to justice, figuring out a way to help people through their problems, okay, which is at the core of what we're all doing, right? Just raises the spirit. It really raises the spirit. So think of yourselves as helping people materially, absolutely, but it's much more than that, right? You're helping people financially, certainly, emotionally, right? But at the core of who they are, right? To understand that not only do they have access to justice, right? That they deserve justice. And so I really applaud everybody for the work they're doing, and thank you so much. I can tell you so much more about being a paralegal if you'd like, but I'm out of time. Are there any questions? Go.
Okay. How do I sound? Is it on?
That's great.
Okay, so when you look at being a mediator, a paralegal, or a lawyer,
Yeah.
I was just curious, as a paralegal, are there certain skills that it emphasizes or that are developed when you're a paralegal that you wouldn't get from being like a lawyer or mediator? For example, if you need example.
Please go ahead.
As a mediator, in comparison to being a lawyer, you get to emphasize collaborativeness. You emphasize maintaining the relationship, which you could still get as being a lawyer, but it's not necessarily emphasized like it is as a mediator. So I'm just curious if paralegal has certain skills that it emphasizes that you wouldn't get from the other two.
So I don't know what your background is. Do you have a background in law? Are you a lawyer or?
No.
No. Okay.
No. Applying to law school.
Okay, great. So, this is an image that people have of lawyers, right? It's you get there and you're, at in front of the judge and you're arguing your case, and we all see these Hollywood movies, which is nothing at all what it's like. Okay, I actually didn't read it. I didn't have time, but I'm going to read it to you. This is for those of you that know me that I teach ethics, right? I'm going to go to the rules and guidelines. So the rules are what guide our work. It's supposed to be what we turn to find out, what the answer is to an ethical issue. And so it's very clear. Rule 3.02 sub 11. Anybody want to, a paralegal shall, must, will, right? Absolutely advise and encourage a client to compromise and to settle a dispute wherever it is possible to do so on a reasonable basis, right? And shall discourage the client from commencing or continuing on useless legal proceedings. Okay, we're not there to get into a courtroom. We're not. That's not supposed to be what we're about. We're supposed to do everything human possible to avoid that. Okay, for so many reasons. And most of them are the advantages that we've talked about when we come to mediation. The emotional financial destruction for parties in a litigation to go all the way to the end is, it's horrific. It's scarring for life. Okay. And so, yes, paralegals are supposed to be and do, right? The good ones, they figure it out. They resolve it in 2 months, 3 months, as opposed to waiting 3 years, right? Before you get before the right tribunal, right? I'm exaggerating, a year, a year before you get before the right tribunal, right? You're problem solvers. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Do we teach you how to stand up in front of a tribunal and argue a matter? Yes, right? But we're also teaching you the law. And when you know the law and you advise your client properly, you can assist your client to know whether, or how best to have their rights upheld without having to go to another adjudicator, another decision maker.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Helen, you want to say something? Yeah. Just let me get a microphone over. Are you able? No. Okay. Oh. Okay. We'll wait.
Thank you all so
Uh,
much. Enjoy your
yeah.
day.
Thank you, Sandy.
Wonderful to be here. Very excited to be here with all of you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you, Sandra.
Great.
Next up, Helen Lightstone. I think everybody knows Helen. Okay, well, you will very shortly. All right, I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
It will take me a couple of minutes to set up. Could you do? Is there something else? You can email it to me, and I can. But it'll take me a couple minutes. So, yeah, yeah. Okay. So I just need to get it teed up. If you want to do it, it'll take me a couple minutes. Okay, to pull it in and everything. Maybe you want to take a break, or I don't know. It's up to you. Great. Okay, we've got everything working there.
Yeah, we might have a minute here if
Yeah.
anybody needs to take a quick break. We get organized. Thanks. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So, do you want to email to me? Yeah. Okay. Good. So they're taking a break, and yeah, great, nice. So we're still live and everything. We're talking live on YouTube on our video conference. Okay. So it's okay. Everyone can see the stuff under the hood of the car as we get things running. But yeah. So let me give you my email. Okay. So yeah, sure. Okay. And then it's so it's Lon, Lon. Dot Appleby, yeah, exactly. At Lon Appleby at durhamcollege.ca. Okay. Yeah, just email it to me now. Okay, and then I'm going to download it and get it teed up. Great. We're on, so you can. They're on break now for a little bit, and then but you can speak to the everyone here online if you like, but they're on break. Okay, so. How long? It's a brief break, I believe. Yes, yes, it's on. Actually, that was off. So
Perfect.
now
We're good to go.
we're good to go. So you can, and we're being, of course, recorded. So if there's anything you want to say to everybody for the recording online or even here, they can hear you.
You're
Okay?
giving me an audience.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I used to be in community theater, so I could break out into a
Good.
song and dance.
Yeah.
It won't be the same thing anymore.
Good, Helen.
Okay, so if everybody's okay, I'm gonna start.
Well, they're on.
Break for a few minutes.
Do you want to email me the PowerPoint first?
I
or
have
do you
no
wanna-
way to do that.
Huh?
I have no way to do that until I get home.
Okay, so
Yeah.
forget for so you email it to me later as a
Yep.
resource.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So for everybody, Helen's PowerPoint will not be presented now. It's going to come later and will be available to see with the recording as a resource. Okay, along with the PDF of the notes. All right. So I think they're maybe just give them a couple more minutes, and then they'll come back and everything. And we can also, in the meantime, what I often do in a class, sometimes when I'm on a bit of a break, is I'll just review the notes a little bit. So, okay, so would you like, we can have a separate notes going for Helen's presentation if you want. Okay, yeah. Is that, let me get the pen. Things are always flying around here. And yeah, and I'll take that one. Keep it. Okay, so Helen Lightstone. And we're on the third. So Helen Lightstone's presentation.
Just to follow up quick on what Sandra
Yeah.
said, can paralegal, I thought we could provide legal services in 150 different areas of law between all the administrative tribunals, you know? Yep. Yep.
Great.
There's a lot of work out there. But you really got to get out there and pound the pavement. It's really about doing that and meeting people and getting ahead of your schedule, you know, if you're graduating in, 2 years, start now trying to get out there and meet people and make connections. When I got I did that. I worked really hard when I was here doing the paralegal program, making a point of getting out and meeting people, attending everything. And luckily, I met someone at a networking event. And then 2 years later, that person got me a job. I received my license one day, and the next day I had a job. So there you go.
There are notes, Helen, you wanted me to put something up for the beginning. First sentence would be, it said, separate the people from the problem. Okay. Separate.
Okay,
Yeah.
well said.
Yeah.
Helen, listen carefully. Helen's been around for a long time. She's a lot of knowledge. Don't you?
Okay. Great. And I'll help you there if you want to take notes, Jessica. Or
Yeah, we're good.
whatever, and then
So the first thing I want to do is say hello to the people in the room that have either been previous students,
Hmm.
and
Good.
there's a couple, and so it's Ashifa, Michelle, Jordan. We've got, who else have we got? Michelle, of course, the other Michelle. And some of my colleagues are guest speaking today. David spoke. You're going to have a great treat also with Trina Reichoff, who's talking about trauma-informed mediation. So she's going to be
oh, good.
really, really interesting. To the best of my knowledge,
Yeah.
she's going to be
She
attending.
is. Yeah, I think so.
Yep. And
Yeah,
if I
good.
can just totally
Great.
embarrass Jordan, at the ADR Institute of Ontario, AGM in the fall, we did a role play together for workplace mediation, and his mother was sort of guiding the process, and not only a great mediator, but a great actor as well. So it was great fun and great to work with. So there are a couple of things that I wanted to comment on before I just go into my presentation, which is probably less brief than what I want to talk about. So I've heard a couple of times now how to get work, right? Keep it moving. I know that Sandra supported
here.
David
So
Naganash,
you
who
can
was
see, yeah.
saying,
I want to fill it up.
keep going, keep working, keep networking, keep tapping on the doors, keep calling people. And I will tell you that I once just took a one-day marketing course at the ADR Institute of Ontario, and one of Toronto's great mediators said this when running a mediation business. He said, it is 33% getting the business, 33% administering the business, and then 33% doing the business. If any of those are out of whack, your business is out of whack. So it's just a great thing to keep in mind that, and it was true, it's not necessarily just the mediation world, it's every business. It's that 33% rule, which is really good. The rules of conduct, we were just talking about the rules of conduct and how as licensed paralegals, which I am one, says we must provide ADR and then also discuss the alternatives of not taking the opportunity to mediate. That's essentially saying, let's talk about your BATNA. Your BATNA is going to court. So with one of my classes, because I do a lot of teaching in ADR, one student said to me that, and it just stuck with me. He said, sometimes the only opportunity that the parties have to actually sit down and talk is at mediation. That's it. That is the opportunity. So encourage your clients, of course, do what they want, but encourage them to provide them the opportunity. Never promise an outcome. You always provide the opportunity as a mediator. So, okay. So I loved how we talked here about separate the people from the problem. So have we all taken ADR? We're in the process of taking ADR. So we all know Roger Fisher, William Urey's getting the yes. Separate the people from the problem. It is very hard to do because conflict is personal, without question. focus on the interests, not the positions, right? So, and the position is what they want, the underlying interests, wants, needs, fears, desires, and concerns. Brainstorm for ideas, use objective criteria. So sometimes that's a hard concept to get your mind around. What is objective criteria? And I always go back to the example. Um, I used to have a 2008 blue Toyota Yaris that had 334,000 kilometers on it. And I would like to sell it to one of you for $25,000. So I'm hoping you're all going, you're out of your mind, which is probably what you're doing. So, of course, that objective criteria is what you need to make a realistic decision. So it's in my blue Toyota's case, it is, the Blue Book value, used Toyota dealership, Carfax, I heard somebody say once, which was kind of fun. And then one of my students Googled the value of my car and they said, it's $500. And then when your car hit over 300,000 kilometers, it dropped to $300. And then in a negotiation once in class, before I derail too much, we were doing a negotiation exercise and a resolution for two parties, whatever the exercise was, I don't even remember, but they threw in my car as an incentive to settle. Okay, so we're looking at facilitative versus evaluative mediation. And facilitative is the mediator, of course, guiding the process. So the parties can sort it out on their own with a mediator's guidance. And I always like to say, making sure the agreement makes sense to everybody. And I always go back to that SMART acronym: sensible, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. So the mediator is checking all that for a facilitative agreement. And of course, focusing on Roger Fisher's 4 steps, separating the people from the problem. And of course, evaluative is slightly different, where they take a more active role in the resolution. So we'll look at the definition of evaluative mediation, the importance in landlord-tenant disputes, and how evaluative mediation works within the RTA. So it's more directive. Evaluative mediation is more directive than facilitative. So the mediator is taking a more active role. Mediator assesses the cases, weaknesses, and strengths of each party. I'm hoping in caucus, so nobody overhears anything. Explains legal principles from the RTA and provides settlement recommendations, which of course, in the facilitative model, I would suggest is a bit of a no-no. You want to stay away from it. So when is evaluative mediation useful? So when there are strong legal components to the dispute, there's evictions, rent increases, maintenance issues, need for legal clarity when parties are far apart. And an overview of the Residential Tenancies Act, the purpose, balance, of course, tenant protection and landlord rights. Key provisions, evictions, rent control, maintenance, and also the role of the landlord and the tenant board. Evaluative mediation in the LTB context. So the mediation services at the LTB. I just as a little bit of history, every once in a while, the landlord tenant board will post a job, they need a mediator. And there was a former professor here who won the job, if we could call it that. She got the job. There were 1,000 applicants and she got the job. It was amazing. So Lauren, I'll tell you who it was afterwards. Help resolve disputes before formal hearings. Examples, evictions disputes could come up, repair issues, illegal rent increases. And then there are benefits of evaluative mediations in RTA cases. Legal clarity for both parties, because sometimes you need to, everybody needs to hear everybody's perspective. Faster resolution compared to hearings. ensure fair, legally compliant agreements, which is good. Challenges and consideration, maintaining mediator neutrality, addressing power imbalances, which of course is one of the key challenges many mediators have in a lot of mediations, even outside of the landlord tenant. Recognizing limits of mediations in some disputes. And then to conclude very quickly, so it's evaluative mediation is very valuable within the RTA. Again, it provides that legal clarity and the structured resolution, reduces burden on formal adjudication, encourages fair and efficient dispute resolution. So then I have a couple of pages on the Lightstone Academy, which is kind of, you'll get it in an email. And so one of the things that came up in a class that I recently taught, and I'll put it out to everybody if you want to answer this, the difference between and when you might consider a settlement versus a resolution. Is there anything that kind of strikes settlement versus a resolution? It kind of changed my way of thinking, actually, to be honest. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead, Jessica. I don't know if I'm okay. Or do you want to not have?
Either way. I can hear. If I'm on the right track, would that mean the difference between a settlement and
A resolution.
a settlement could be something like you would do, write up about money, about damages, this type of thing. And a resolution may be something more like an apology,
Yes.
or resolutions that are normally outside of the court system.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I was thinking as well. Sort of more personal almost. They're more, like a community mediation, neighbor against neighbor or something. But a settlement can, I think, encompass both. Right? So difference between settlement and a resolution. I think you get a settlement and something like, the landlord tenant board or small claims court, and a resolution when it might be more personal, but there's no reason why you can't do both. So, other than that, is there anything that, settlement, maybe focusing on financial aspects or more concrete elements of a dispute?
Yep, go ahead.
As Shifa.
Let me get a microphone over. So this is great. It's starting to really come alive when we can go back and forth. And here you go.
I can put my
Karaoke.
glasses on and see what's going on.
Good. Okay.
Hi, Helen. So for just a little bit of praising Helen out there. I am a student of Helen's. I took her class 4 years ago. And she is wonderful. She is tremendously good at what she does. And she offers, the fundamentals of mediation. So thank you.
Thank you. And listen, great student too. So just so you know.
So,
Another
also having, sort of starting out from, the viewpoints and the perspectives that I was taught in Helen's fundamental class. I just wanted to ask Helen, and this is sort of to give the audience here a perspective that it's really never easy even to come to a mediation, because half our time is spent trying to coordinate the people to come to the table, right?
Mhm.
So my question today to you would be, and I have my thoughts about how to get there, but I just wanted your thoughts too. If there is an unwilling party, now we're not talking about mandatory mediation, we're talking about
Yeah, that's a whole different thing.
yeah, but in the event that there isn't a party that's willing to come to the table, whether it's with respect to the RTA or whether it's respect to a neighborly dispute, anything.
Yeah.
How would you approach it? And what are some of your recommendations in
Right.
trying to achieve that? Yeah, thank you.
I would thank you so much, Ashifa. I would say that is one of the mediator's biggest challenges is what happens when you've got one party that doesn't want to come to the table. Here's how I address it. At the end of the day, if you do whatever you can and they don't want to come to the table, they're not coming to the table. But is everybody familiar here with the idea of positions, the interest iceberg, right? You've got the two triangles, they meet at the bottom. Whenever somebody gets unwilling to move forward, I think they're taking a position. I don't want to go. So I think it's up to the mediator to then sit down with them. Thank you very much. Exactly. They're taking a position.
You can see the self view there. Just so
Exactly, yeah.
So you're getting it.
So they're taking a position. I don't want to go. It's up to the mediator to figure out what are those reasons for not wanting to go. You've got to put some time into figuring out what's going on. The underlying interests, of course, wants, needs, fears, desires, and concerns, and figure out what's stopping them. It's not different from a mandatory mediation when people come to the mediation and they go, I'm here, but I'm not saying anything. I have fulfilled my obligation of showing up at the mandatory mediation, but it doesn't mean I have to say anything. Right, let's talk about that. What's happening? As a former student said once, what's behind that? That's exactly what he says. I thought it was a great line as well. What's behind that? So I think you need to figure out what are the underlying interests for them not wanting to participate. Now, in fact, sometimes they just won't go. They just won't go. So, great question. The mediator's biggest challenge, getting somebody to the table who doesn't want to be there. So, I'm just trying to think if there's any other words of wisdom that I can share with that. But it's true, you get that in mandatory mediation where people don't want to, I'll sit here 5 minutes and not doing anything. Yeah.
He wants me to have this. So it's an excellent question. A lot of what I do when I'm really trying to get my clients to go to mediation is to remind them that we have a legal system, not a justice system, because everybody thinks I'm going to get my day in court. I'm going to shine. I'm going to get justice. And it's not there. I feel like it's never true.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so there you go. Another fabulous answer. So thank you for drawing that because I think that's great. Any other questions that I can help anybody with? Or what a colleague would say, are there any burning questions?
I'll check in the Cosmos too, which is
Yes, check in the
online,
Cosmos.
okay? This is what we call the Cosmos here. And look, there is a question.
Okay.
I think it might be, damn, my laptop's getting sticky from this bun. Oh, it's a hi, Helen.
Oh.
Sorry, I thought it was, okay.
Who is it that's saying hi?
Sarah Reed.
Oh, very nice. Hello, how are you? Okay, we're good?
Good, okay.
Okay.
That student heard, apologies, it was great. Okay,
Excellent.
anyway. there
All
you go.
right.
Anything else here? That,
I will tell you one more thing. Yes, after you.
good.
My question, I have a question regarding settlement. Can settlement be reached at during a mediation process? Or as you said, we've been able to differentiate settlement and resolution. So can we reach a settlement also in a mediation process?
Good question.
Maybe.
I just wanted to reiterate what you said about Helen being an amazing teacher.
If anybody's amazing, let's hear it. We want. Go.
Great value
Go on,
for
yeah.
great value for money, I must say. Hello, I want to ask you in terms of being such a experienced mediator, experienced teacher, how do you stay fresh? How do you stay intellectually fresh? How do you stay
It's a good question.
and what do you read?
Everybody wants to know.
What do you do so that you don't sound the same all the time? So what are your What are your intellectual secrets? So to speak?
I will tell you, everybody brings something new to the table. You know, I do, my courses are accredited by the ADR Institute of Ontario. And so the role plays, I see the students do the role plays a lot. But every once in a while, there's a student that has a different idea, a different take on something, a new perspective. Oh, Helen, what if we did the role play in reverse? And I'm going, never thought of it. So I think it's the students that keep you fresh. And the neat thing is, it's brand new to you, right? So if it's new to you, it's refreshing for me. And at the 2 AGMs ago for the ADR Institute of Ontario, I did a presentation on what I've learned from my students. You know, and just very quickly, it was like, how do you go in as a mediator? Some people are very structured. I'm gonna ask A, I'm going to B, I'm going to C, I'm going to D questions. So that was one student's approach to how they wanted to be a mediator. It's very structured. Another person, I described him as a lasso. He would take that rope, get the question, reel the person back in, and find something else that he wanted to ask, bring the lasso out, get that, and bring it back in. And another student that all they love to do is mutual problem-solving statements. Oh, so the two of you, you're opposed, but you agree on this. That's great. And I described her as a funnel, because every comment she made was a funnel that connected to the two parties in dispute. So I noticed these patterns, and it's all very interesting. It was so interesting, I did an hour presentation on it. So people bring new elements to the course. Plus, I could probably recite the course by now as well. But anyway, so anything else anybody wanted to talk about? Helen is amazing. Thank you.
Helen, do you have one tip for these new mediators?
Yeah. So it's going to be the most difficult one. Keep going, right? Keep going. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. Networking, meeting with people. I got into teaching because after a couple of ADR courses, one at a competitor college when I was in the paralegal program, I took a couple of courses after the ADR course I had to take. And after a couple of courses, I thought, great, I can write a course on community mediation now. So I just approached every community college in the GTA and said, I've got a mediation course I'd like to offer for continuing education. They said, one responded back and they said, yeah, we're not so interested in that. But we see you're a licensed paralegal and we need you to teach in our paralegal program. And from there, another tip was keep in contact with your professors, because that's how I got into teaching at another college and then got into teaching ADR at that college. So keep in contact with your profs, for sure. Don't give up. There you go. That's
Thank
it.
you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No problem. Sure. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay, Jessica's coming back from the little board to the podium. And go. Please come in. As you come in, could you try and sit on a couch so the people online can see you, or even just between the gentleman here and the woman there, okay? Just so you can be seen. And there's space on the couches as well. But everything's moving along. Great. Just so everybody knows, in case you've noticed something that's odd, the view on the big panel right now is the video conference system, and it's backwards. But that's okay, because that's not being recorded. But on YouTube, which is the critical one, that's all back in the right direction, okay? So that's where the recording is being done in high definition on YouTube.
Thanks.
Good.
Okay, I guess I'm next up.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Jessica Mason.
Yep.
Today is actually the grand opening for Sunset Bay Mediation and Legal Services. Hurrah. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I just wanted to start with a bit about me. In case you're wondering, why do I Why am I so concerned about access to justice? I'll tell you why. And Sandra hit it on the head, whatever, when she said that these experiences going through the court system, fighting, in my case, through the family court system, it's been 20 years and I'm still talking about it. So I know exactly what you mean. And anyway, first of all, I was born in Timmins and I grew up in Maple Grove, which is just east of here, off Highway 2. At the age of 16, I went to Scotland to become a riding coach, and I worked for someone who at that time rode for the Scottish show jumping team. And I volunteered in order to get the training to become a riding coach. I volunteered, which at a place at that time was called the Scottish Society for the Mentally Handicapped. So we helped disabled riders be able to ride the horses. And I did that for a couple of years. Then I came back to Canada and I got straight into, I have to say this, I'm sorry, but we're actually right beside one of the biggest historical racehorses racing farms of all time, Winfield's. Does everybody know Winfield's Farms? If you're from here, you know it.
But sure.
Well, thanks. All right. Well, E.P. Taylor, who was the owner of Winfield's, he actually invented the double-sided toaster. He was from England, and when I lived in Scotland, they toast their toast under this, a heater, and you have to flip the toast. So anyway, that's how we became so incredibly wealthy, was the invention of the double-sided toaster. So there you go. But the biggest piece about Winfield Farms, I lived there and worked there during the breaking seasons, breaking the babies. We'd break like 60, 80 horses in 2 months, get them going for Woodbine Racetrack and wherever else they're getting sent out to. So the big piece about Winfield's is Northern Dancer was a horse who was about this big, and he was for sale at the auction as a yearling. Nobody wanted to buy him. They only put a tag, I think, for $10,000 on him, which is peanuts for a racehorse. So nobody wanted Northern Dancer because he was so small and he looked like a quarter horse. He didn't even look like a thoroughbred. Anyhow, he started racing. They entered him in his Kentucky Derby. He won the Derby. He actually broke the track record. I think it was like 80-year track record. He broke that record. He won the Preakness, which is the second piece of the, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I lost my train.
I've got Northern Dancer. I'm bringing up Northern
Okay.
Dancer. Okay.
I saw the horses and then my mind just went blank. Yeah, no, don't get me going. I'll start talking about horses. I'll look back up and you'll all be skeletons and I'll just be taking my first breath. So I'll stop. I'll just tell you that every single racehorse today, every one of them has Northern Dancer. I mean, most, say 90% have Northern Dancer in their 5th generation pedigree. Just to breed to Northern Dancer at one time was $1 million with no guaranteed foal. That's just to breed to him. He was so tough. He was just a tough little horse, and he actually won the Queen's Plate as well. So, sorry, the Triple Crown. That's what I'm trying to think of. He won the first 2 races of the Triple Crown. So anyhow, as you can, there you go. He's all blood and guts out there. He's all blood and guts. Yeah, nobody expected that from him. So anyhow, I lived and worked there. I loved it. I remember when they first gave the first piece of property away to the University of Toronto, which was not in existence at that time. One of our exercise tracks was on that piece of property, and that was the first one to go. Now it's pretty much dissolved, and I think it's really sad that you don't see anything about them here anymore. Even at this school, they took the name Champions off of that restaurant that they had there. Anyhow, so I was an exercise rider, licensed exercise rider. I was also a licensed public trainer. I worked for Racing Hall of Fame trainers. I worked for Mac Benson and Josie Carroll. In 2009, I traveled to California and I watched Zenyatta beat all the boys, by the way, in the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita Racetrack. And while I was there, I met Zenyatta's jockey, Mike Smith, and Lafitte Pincay. If you don't know him, he's one of the world's leading jockeys. They have a bronze statue of him in front of Santa Anita. So anyhow, after I broke almost every bone in my body, in 2016, I had to get out of the horses. Actually, Northern Dancer's granddaughter broke my arm in half, and I have 3 plates and 16 screws in there. Anyway, they're really tough. They're known to be tough, his granddaughters. So I came to this school in 2016 to become a paralegal, and access to justice is my passion. I continued on to do law clerk, and then I did the ADR program as well because I wanted to focus on family law. I've been involved in the family law system pretty much my whole life, and more recently in the last 20 years, I had an experience that went on for 3 years. I was actually one of the people who lobbied the government for these changes back in approximately 2005. I wrote letters, I lobbied for basically someone to fill this gap. I didn't qualify for legal aid, but I couldn't afford to pay a lawyer. My ex-partner had a lawyer, so I was stuck self-representing, and it just went awful. I lost my house, I lost everything, and it dragged on for 3 years, and I'm still talking about it. So I don't want anybody to have to go through that because it was just the worst time in my life. So what I'm trying to do now, my goal is to establish a service that's similar to the law school clinics, except that it would involve paralegals, law clerks, and ADR students. It would be basically the same thing. So I'm just working on now getting into getting nonprofit so beautiful. Getting nonprofit status for my business. So today I'm here to talk to you about family law mediation. Unfortunately, my PowerPoints that I stayed up till 1 in the morning doing, we can't view them, so I hope it's not too dragged out. Anyway, the first thing I want to talk about, I'm sorry, I didn't finish about lobbying the government. They actually called me, and they called maybe another 10, 15 people to meet in Oshawa back in probably 2006. And the other people that were there, they were all complaining about the same thing as me. So they had a meeting with us asking, you know, what would we think could solve this problem of not having representation in the family courts. It's really a scary place to be. I'm not kidding you. If you go in there and you don't know what you're doing, you're in big trouble. Like me, I had orders, I had cost orders against me for, you know, $25,000. I had to come up with $8,000 in a week, or my pleadings were going to get stricken from the record. Things like this. It can really go south. So I'm not here today to say don't get a lawyer. That's not at all what I'm saying or what we're talking about here today. You absolutely need legal help. You need, if you're involved in family law, you need to be able to speak to a lawyer, even if it's only for independent legal advice. And that's another thing that, you know, we wanted to touch on today, is that you don't have to take that standard service, you know, where you're paying your lawyer, you get a full retainer, this and that. You can actually piece out parts of your issues and just retain a lawyer for certain parts, like independent legal advice, for example. You can get flat fee retainers. You can get block fee retainers. There's many different ways to, if you can't afford a lawyer, of course, there's many ways that you can still get the right information, get the right help. that are actually free within your community. And this is my assistant, Kate, by the way. She's a paralegal student from George Brown. She's doing her internship with me, and she has been working hard on our Access to Justice Community and Resource booklet, which is a digital copy right now, but it's kind of a living thing. We're going to keep working on it, but there's great contacts in there. She's also available to show anyone how to use Steps to Justice, which is amazing. If you have not used Steps to Justice and you're going to be a paralegal or anything, or if you're representing yourself, you absolutely have to go on there. All the information is thorough. It's from, lawyers have written it. It's very clear what forms you need to fill out. It's amazing. But first, I'm going to talk about Bill C-78 because that's the big move that transformed our family law system to what it is right now. And that was the first time in decades that they did a huge overhaul in the family law system. And I'm happy to say that I was one of the people who actually brought this about, because they told us that, no, when these changes come about, that you are the people that started this. So I'm still talking about it. That's how important I think it is, having access to justice. So the bill C-78, it received royal assent on June 21st, 2019. It was scheduled to actually begin in 2020, but because of COVID, it didn't come about until March 1st, 2021. And those were the provisions relating to parenting, which are now in place. So the essence of the amendments are the core mission of Bill C-78 is to better address the diverse needs of Canadian families. This landmark legislation aims to prioritize the best interests of the children. That's a big one. Tackle family violence, another big problem, and mitigate poverty, streamline and enhance the efficiency of the family justice system. So the key changes to the Divorce Act include a thoughtful revision of the terminology, transforming custody into decision-making responsibility and access into parenting time. When we do family mediation, we use the term custody, but it doesn't mean the same thing as decision-making responsibility. It's just simply when the person has the physical, when they're with the child physically, they're in their custody, in their care. A particularly powerful amendment encourages mediation as a foundational step in divorce proceedings. While the Canadian Divorce Act promotes family dispute resolution methods like mediation, it leaves the door open for parties to pursue resolution before returning to the court system. The Divorce Act introduces a robust definition of family dispute resolution processes, encompassing all out-of-court methods like negotiation, mediation, and collaborative law. This broad approach empowers families to find resolution on their own terms. So now there's somewhat of a legal obligation to promote mediation under Section 7(7) of the Divorce Act. It now mandates that lawyers encourage their clients to explore family dispute resolution processes unless it is clearly not appropriate for their situation. This paradigm shift allows many lawyers to embrace dual roles as both advocates and mediators. However, it is striking that according to the Federation of Law Societies of Canada, family law lawyers are not obligated to screen for instances of family violence, a gap that many provincial and territorial societies must address. They also mentioned, I don't know if these numbers are 100%, but they're close. They actually did some research, and they were trying to find, with lawyers and their screening for family violence, family lawyers said they didn't feel they needed the training because family violence is not that common. But they found that actually at least 50% of cases do involve family violence. So not being able to screen for it, that's a problem, right? Because if you've got that kind of power imbalance, really that's what mediation, you know, the goal is to have everyone equal and, you know, have the power balance. If somebody's going home and getting beaten up between mediation sessions, I mean, that or the legal system, it's just not appropriate. So anyhow, mediation is now Section 3 of the Family Law Act. And I'm not going to go through all of the legislature because there's really no point, but I'll just mention the duty of the mediator under Section 3(3). The mediator shall confer with the parties and with the children if the mediator considers it appropriate to do so, and shall endeavor to obtain an agreement between the parties. It goes on to say you can have, the court could ask for full or limited reports, filing copies of the report. The mediator shall file with the clerk or registrar of the court a full or limited report as the parties have decided, and shall give a copy to each party. You know, goes through admissions, fees and expenses. If there's financial hardship, the court may require one party to pay all of the mediator's fees and expenses. As noted, mediation and other dispute resolution processes are faster, more effective, and significantly more effective than court proceedings, especially in cases involving children. When the relationship matters, mediation is often the best choice. The other goal of Bill C-78 was to streamline processes for accessibility. The amendments simplify various procedures with spousal support and child support. Now they have calculators online that you can find yourself. It used to be that only judges had this software to calculate spousal support, but now you can actually do that online if you're dealing with kind of simple matters. When you do it online, they only look at income. They don't look at all the other variables like investments and this and that. So depending on your situation, it may be helpful, but that's always an option. The power of mediation and advocacy. Family mediation stands out for its focus on maintaining a balanced power dynamic between parties. The unique knowledge and skills required of a family mediator play a vital role in achieving this balance. The intake process for family law mediation is thorough, often taking 3 to 4 hours per individual. For instance, you have the initial phone call, and then individual discussions typically consume 45 minutes to an hour each. Then you have the pre-mediation screening for family violence, which usually requires about an hour per person. Something I wanted to point out, if you're watching and you're not familiar with family law mediation, when the students do their mock mediation, which I can't wait to see, at 2 o'clock, it looks a little bit different than, I'm assuming you're doing a workplace? You're doing work, okay. So with workplace matters, mediators and the parties usually all sit together, at least that's the goal. In family law, a lot of the time, family law mediation, we use caucus, where we have private conversations with each party. So if you're thinking, I don't want to do family law mediation because I don't want to have to sit across the table from my partner, you don't have to do that. And in fact, in workplace, you don't have to either. Really, mediation, you're free to set it up however you're comfortable. So I just wanted to point that out. It does look a little bit different. If you're not comfortable to sit across from the table, you don't have to. If you're on good terms and you can do that, that's great. There was an article in 2006 in the Family Court Review, which illuminate a crucial tension. The adversarial nature of legal training often clashes with the collaborative spirit of mediation. As noted, the adversarial system is built on lawyers fiercely advocating for their client's position. This got brought up earlier about paralegals. It's in the rules. You have to fight for your client. That's your number one goal, is to, you know, in my case, when I worked at Ex-Copper, first goal is to get that case dismissed. You know, usually you can do it procedurally, but that's always your first goal, is your client. You're fighting for them. So to switch over to the mindset of mediation takes some practice. Definitely takes practice. So commonly, and this is what I dealt with in family law, the other person's lawyer will actually fiercely come after you. Like, you get the letters, you get the all of this, and it's really, really, really stressful. I wouldn't even want to come home from work and look at my mailbox, because I don't want to see what's in there. You know what I mean? I'd be having heart attacks on the way home, because the second lawyer that my ex had was just, like, she was just offside. Now that I look back, if I had have known at the time what the Law Society was, I would have called them and reported her, because it was really, really tough going through that. Whereas in mediation, you're nurturing a culture of cooperation where the other party is not the judge who must be persuaded. Critiquing and opposing the other party through personal attacks or discourteous behavior is entirely counterproductive in mediation. Because legal statutes and case law are relevant in court, trial judges face constraints that do not exist in mediation, where the rule of law takes the form of objective criteria that parties consider in crafting their unique solutions. By choosing mediation, you are not merely navigating the legal system, you are actively shaping a resolution that reflects your specific needs and circumstances. In doing so, you empower yourself and foster a healthier dynamic for the future. So, as I mentioned, I don't have my PowerPoint, so I'll just go through quick what objective criteria is. So, once a party retains my services, I will send certain documents out to them before they start mediating, so they can kind of get an appreciation of where they stand, what their rights are, and whatnot. As a mediator, obviously I don't give legal advice. I don't even really discuss what I've sent to the parties with them. I just send it to them, and it's up to them to read it. It may be irrelevant, because they may already have their own idea about what they want to do. But first of all, I send the child support guidelines. Child support is under Section 15(1) of the Divorce Act, but when you calculate child support, it's done by province. So wherever the child's living, wherever the payer is living, that is the provincial table that they need to look at to find the amount of child support that they're going to pay. And in Ontario, it's under Regulation 39197. So child support is financial support paid by a parent who does not live with their children. Typically, it's paid by the parent who doesn't have primary decision-making responsibility, or referred to as the payer parent. All parents, including birth parents, adopted parents, step-parents, have a legal duty to their dependent children, regardless of their relationship status. In order to calculate child support, you can use the calculators online. That is just the guideline amount. You can ask for more, but you would have to have good reason for asking. And I just want to say on a side note, if you ask for the guideline amount, you don't have to show your income. So sometimes that's a benefit. Then there are the special and extraordinary expenses under Section 7 of the Family Law Act. You can mediate those issues as well. And sometimes people need extra money if their child has disabilities, childcare fees, medical insurance costs, educational needs, and extracurricular activities. So normally the parents share the cost of these depending on, their financial situation. So the next issue is spousal support. And like I already said, you can find a calculator online now about spousal support. It's spousal support is money paid by one spouse to the other after separation. Usually the higher earning spouse pays the lower earning spouse. Both married and unmarried common law spouses may be eligible if they've lived together for at least 3 years or had a child together. And the purpose of spousal support is it recognizes contributions to the relationship, shares child rearing costs, relieves financial hardship, and helps the lower earning spouse become self-supporting. If you want to ask a judge for special expenses or an amount of child support that's above the guideline amount, the judge's decision criteria is the ability to pay, financial need, contributions during the relationship, age, and financial situations of both parties, as well as the spousal support advisory guidelines, which offer a suggested range of amounts. It may be possible to claim support for a period, a retroactive support, up to 3 years. And just quickly, I want to tell you about FRO. FRO is actually all the paralegals out there. I actually have done a lot of work at FRO. There's a lot of people that need help with FRO. That's the Family Responsibility Office. It's under the Provincial Offences Act, so it is within paralegal scope. Basically, they enforce child and spousal support. I have all their contact information here if you're interested. I won't go through all that. And then, of course, lastly, we have property division. You can mediate property. You can divide it any way you like. There are no regulations on that. The last piece is exclusions, and this includes property. Excluded property under the Family Law Act in Ontario is property that a spouse owns on the valuation date that is not considered part of their net family property. If you want to order a will to find out if there is excluded property, you can do that through Notice Connect. Other exclusions are gifts and inheritances, personal injury awards, life insurance, etc. And it's important because it's not part of the family law, net family property calculation. And that's everything that I have on family law mediation in terms of objective criteria. So that is information, sound information that you can provide to your client that will give them a general understanding of their situation before they go into mediation. And then, of course, I ask all my clients to please get a lawyer's advice before they sign any agreement. Does anybody have any questions?
Oh, here's, yeah.
Lots to talk.
Bring the
Okay.
microphone over and go ahead. It's on.
Well, before all this, I would like to know, how do you become a family law mediator?
Well, there's a few ways. One is that you can take it through education, college education, like I did. There's also through OFAM, Ontario Association of Family Mediators. They offer courses. Access Family Mediation, they're in Brantford. They offer courses as well. Or you can, if you knew a mediator or worked for a lawyer, you may get an opportunity for training like that. But for myself, I didn't look to that. I just stayed in school.
Great. I'll get the. Oh, here's another one. You can keep that over there in case you need it. And also, Michelle, I see in the live chat has made a comment too, so we can take that up, Michelle, if you would like. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was curious. You started describing kind of your steps, because we always talk about the actual practice of mediation, but I'm also curious about like the business, like outside of mediation, or at least the business of mediation. And you were talking about kind of your steps that you go through in terms of certain sending out certain documents to the client, and then your pre-mediation conference. So I was just curious about the rest of those sort of milestones from start to finish of a case that you take on.
Well, do you mean within those? What happens within those?
Just any key like milestones, or I guess to push the mediation along, like once
Oh, I
you.
see. Okay. Well, actually, questions. I think questions are a great way to start because good questions encourage the parties to think proactively. They focus on solutions, promote open communication, identify underlying needs, facilitate collaboration. So here's an example, 3 examples that just personally I think are good questions. There are a lot of really experienced mediators and other people here. You might want to ask them too, but mine are, what would it take for you to feel that this situation is moving in a positive direction? Number 2, what would it take to bring about a significant change on this issue? Or 3, this is the one I like. If you had a magic wand and could make this situation just the way you wanted, how would you like to see the future? I like the future questions myself. I haven't done a ton of family mediations, but I have done a handful. And I find at least the ones that I've done, the men, you need questions to kind of open them up. And sometimes time works really well too. I like time because as time goes on, people start to think about things. And like Sandra said, this going to court in front of the judge stuff, you know what? I was in that system for 3 years and I still didn't see the trial judge. You know what I mean? It's so slow. So as the person has time to think about where is this going? What am I going to do? What are my options? You know, they go through that thought process. And one family that I'm thinking about in particular, honestly, it took 1.5 years before the husband actually decided that he wanted to do the mediation. I wouldn't mediate because the first time I talked to him, he just sounded like a robot and he was just going along with whatever. So I said, you know what? When you're ready to mediate, you give me a call, because his wife had already called me a few times, and that's it. So when he was ready, he stepped up, he called me, and we mediated the divorce.
Just one more question. Is
Yeah.
that mediation only one day, or does it sometimes go on for multiple days?
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, it can go on for months. You know, maybe you get lucky and find a couple of people who, you know, already know what they want to do and they just need somebody to write it up for them. That's one thing. But yeah, I think questions and time are 2 good strategies.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh, let's. Can you hand the microphone back, or there? Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sure. You can hold on to that.
Hello?
now.
Yeah. So I have another question. How do you obtain your clients? Do they come to you automatically or?
No, you know what? For myself, I found the best way is through family law lawyers. They will refer you, normally because the person can't afford their services, right? If, you know, I'll go around to the law firm, say, hey, I'm in town, I'm a family law mediator. If anybody comes to you and they can't afford your services, could you please refer them to me, because I'll probably be able to help them. And that's how I get most of my work. Yeah. Yes. Okay. They do. Yep. They have family law roster mediators.
So could you maybe just touch on that? Like, because these are opportunities for aspiring family mediators as well.
Well, to get on the roster, you need 100 hours working at the courthouse. There's only one place that I know that actually does internships, and they're quite expensive. That's Access Mediation, And then there's also mediators in Durham. I just moved back to this area, so I haven't actually gone through and, I'm just getting back up on my feet and getting started now. So I haven't reached out to them yet, but you need the 100 hours. You need schooling first. You need the family violence screening training. That's the most part.
But there is an opportunity to mediate at the court level, just like there's Ontario mandatory mediation, correct?
For civil. Yeah. It's like civil. You'll be on the family mediator roster, but like everybody's saying in here, it's just really difficult to get the mentoring that you need to find people who want to spend time training you for you to go off and work somewhere else. It's tough. So I find the best way is to just meet a lawyer, and start working in the family law firm. That's what I did. And you get a lot of experience that way.
Right. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Yeah.
Quick question.
Wait, I forgot to mention I'm hearing impaired, so I'm sorry I have to stand so close to you.
Oh, here, you get the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're saying like they just need people to write it up for them, so there's no orders for mediation. It's just like you're basically doing a contract between.
Here, you can both. You can hold it so you can go back.
It done.
Sorry.
It's on.
So it's is it a contract? Is that what you're saying?
Like it's a mediation, so it's like non-binding. So what are you per se writing up? You're not writing
Okay.
an order.
Yeah. So what it's
To enforce that, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So what it is it's called a memo or memorandum of understanding, and it's a written agreement. Now, ideally, someone would take that agreement, don't sign it. I don't get anybody to sign their agreements. Nobody signs them in front of me. I write them up, I give them to them, and then I destroy all their information.
Are you charging just to kind of make that agreement? So that's your
Yeah,
service?
absolutely. There's a lot of work drafting an MOU. So you charge money for the whole process, really, except for the initial phone call when they first call. And then it's up to the parties to do what they want with the MOU. Ideally, they would not sign the MOU, take it to a lawyer, get independent legal advice, go through that, and if they were kind of just doing their own self-repping kind of way, then if they wanted to make it a legal agreement, they would need to date it, sign it, and have at least one witness, date, sign, and name their occupation, the witness, and then it becomes a legal contract.
Sorry, can you then like notarize it or anything like that?
Then you take it to the court and you file it. Well, you file it online to the court, and you can get an order. Now they're actually doing online orders in terms of child support anyway. So
they sign it and then come back to you for filing per se?
no, I can't file. I should point that out. There's a lot of things family law mediators can't do. They can't help you fill out forms. That's what the legal clinic is for. The Oshawa Community Legal Clinic is here today, and they can help with that kind of thing.
Oh, you're making the contract.
Yeah, so you're drafting it up, and then it's up to the person what they want to do with it. They can turn it into a binding agreement, and then file it with the court, and get an order.
Or just like have that as reference.
Yeah, or they can just have it and agree to it and just go along with it and do nothing with it. Yep, you're welcome.
Michelle has a question, or at least her hand up. I see.
Okay.
Michelle, are you able to jump on your microphone, or?
Hi there. Are you able
Yeah,
to hear
go ahead.
me?
Great. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you guys. I have a unique situation that is coming up. So I have a mediation in a self-regulated industry.
Okay.
And typically speaking, my operation and where that's too noisy, where I've practiced tends to be employment and family. However, I get the sense that, of course, people are not looking to really resolve. Everyone has provided themselves and armed themselves to attend next week with with legal representation with lawyers.
Okay, that's
So-
perfectly, yep.
So are there any things that you would think that I should focus on that might be areas of caution or words of wisdom?
Okay, so you're a family law mediator.
Yes.
Okay, so you're a family law mediator and you're asking, is there any?
This particular hearing is not family law, it's corporate. They're employees that are in dispute, and
Okay.
they are all coming with legal representation to this particular mediation.
Okay. So will that be different for you to mediate with lawyers present?
It's the
Or
number
you're
of it's the number of lawyers that are coming. There are two people disputants. There are
Okay.
five lawyers that will be in the room.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think the person to talk to about something like that would be Steve here. Steve has a ridiculous amount of experience in family law. I feel funny even standing up here talking about it with Steve here. I think he would be better to answer that type of question.
Francis. Or
Hi, Steve.
Michelle. What are you wondering is how to deal with the lawyers or how to
I think the lawyers will change the intent of the mediation. I think they will change the environment. I'm not, I have a lot of history with lawyers and it's all been positive, but walking into it where the number of attendees of lawyers outweighs everyone else just has me a little bit, it's taking a step back to what would be the best approach at reminding people what the focus of attending this session is to be.
This is obviously a much larger question.
It is.
Involves a lot of training and discussion, but let me just give you a few ideas. One is you're the mediator, which means you're in control of the day, the process, who speaks when they speak, how long they speak, the tone of their speech. You want to create a tone and an environment of safety. You want to really focus on the disputants, the people that have the issue, not the people that are being paid to advocate for them. You want to try to convert each person in the room into a participant and a partner in the solution. So there's a lot of different pieces to it, but one thing I would say to you is plan the day, create an agenda, and if people seem to be departing from the agenda, either in terms of their attitude, their speech, possibly accusations, bring them back. And if you're doing this by Zoom, take advantage of the breakout rooms, move people from one room to another, and have private conversations. And try your best not to allow anybody to insult somebody else. And if there are moments when tensions get high, ask everybody to take a break and come back in 15 minutes. Those are just some ideas off the top of my mind.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it because it is a high profile within the organization. Everyone has their eyes on this particular mediation. And I've been very successful thus far, hence the reason why I have been selected for this. I think I just needed to hear from someone else who's maybe navigated high stress or high risk mediations. So thank you. I appreciate that.
All right.
I was going to say, you kind of hear the tension in your voice a little bit from the case. It sounds like a really complex case, Michelle.
It truly is, and everyone in the association is talking about it. So every time I come into the office, everyone's looking at me as though this is her final day. And so I just, you know what, I have a lot of confidence in myself. I don't tend to allow a lot of, childish play as it stands, but I just want to do justice for the folks that have brought the claim forth, because I really want them to be able to work together when this is all said and done. That's one of the biggest things for me, is for them to walk away from this when they see each other in the future, still being able to have a relationship when it's all said and done.
Great. Have we helped you at the moment to deal with this? Because complexity comes up all the time in the global classroom space. So I just want to make sure you feel that this has been worthwhile for you to hear your peers and hear from Jessica and others. Is there anything else you want to ask?
For me, this has been very helpful, because there aren't too many people I can ask, what their feelings are, or maybe a perspective. I've been doing a lot of reading, a lot of listening. I do have a plan of action. I have written out a plan. I feel like I'm prepared. I just thought if someone else had a strategy or a tip that they thought was, I don't know, very effective, something they've managed before. And in fact, they have requested, traditionally we deliver online. They have requested an in-person, which is great, but also, tensions and being in the same room has also been something that we're concerned about. So they've moved the room to a larger auditorium. We do have caucus rooms. It is a big production, unfortunately, in our office, and all eyes are on me. So it's a little bit of stress from that perspective, but not from the how to manage people. That's not where my concern is. But thank you so much. So yes, it has been very helpful.
Okay, good.
All right. Well, good luck, Michelle.
Yeah. And was there something else I saw here for a microphone? I don't know if
I think we're done. It's time for Lori Marshall to get up here and
Great.
give us some exciting news about the new things that are happening in the family law arena. This has been going on for years. When I was in Lori's class in 2016, we were writing letters to Justice Boncalo about this. So congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, so my name's Lori Marshall, and I'm a professor here at Durham College until April 30th, at which time I am retiring and going back into practice as a paralegal, which is really exciting. I've been involved in the legal field since 1983, and that is quite important, because in 1982, paralegals who were not licensed by the Law Society actually started fighting for licensing. And there were a number of reports, 1982, 1986, 1993, and all of this time, I started out as a law clerk, so I was very fortunate in gaining real estate experience, family experience, corporate experience, litigation experience, and then I came to Oshawa and worked for a law firm, and I will tell you, and all paralegals watching, lawyers were my best friends. I'm like Jessica, where lawyers referred, they said to me, Lori, you should start a paralegal business. You can make way more money. And we'll tell all the lawyers in Durham. So lawyers referred business to me. And that was in criminal and in provincial offenses and small claims. And I had a very successful business. I think I started in 1994 or 6. And I ran that business. Much of it grew to being a paralegal in simple family law matters. And back then, many paralegals were also family law mediators. And they mediated simple family law matters and dealt with all of the paperwork for divorces, very simple memorandums of understanding, as Jessica said, filing documents in the courts. And back then, we could make a motion to the court to represent people in a motion. And the judges, because there weren't many of us and they knew us, they would usually approve our representation. And back then, the courts were not backlogged like they are now. I've worked with the Law Society and the Ministry of the Attorney General, like Jessica said. We started in 2015, and the Ontario Paralegal Association, I led that with the public, and Justice Boncallo was a pivotal report that came out that at that time, 53% of people were unrepresented, self-represented in the family law courts. Now that is up to 68%. So the Law Society regulated paralegals starting in 2007. And they said paralegals may no longer represent people in even the simplest of family matters. And so from 2007 to 2016, we had 53% of people unrepresented. And then by 2025, we're around 61 to 65%. And a lot of those people think it's really difficult matters, but it's not. All of those people that I used to do joint divorces for, uncontested divorces for, very simple motions to change child support because a person's income increased that year. Simple family responsibility office changes and filings. And filing of separation agreements, because there have to be court documents filed with the agreement in order to make it into a court order. And those things, people navigating this system, as a notary public, I'm meeting with people all the time. They bring in divorce affidavits. I know they're incorrect. And I tell the people, maybe you should go to the Family Information Center at the Oshawa Court before you pay for me to notarize this, because I cannot, no paralegal can give legal advice in family law. And they say, no, we want to sign it now. And then they're back within 3 months because a judge has rejected it. That is why, part of the reason why we have this huge backlog in family law. And it's not only the affidavits, it's hard, even for me, on the small claims portal, the government portal now. If any of you have dealt with the government, it's not easy to use their mechanisms. And the family law portal, holy Toledo. And they're expecting the average person to be able to do this. And just as an aside, I was on the steering committee and created and managed and supervised an Access to Justice Hub pilot project at the Legal Clinic. We have two of our partners here. And Durham College offered paralegal students 20 to 25 a year, and I supervised and managed them in small claims and provincial offenses. And I worked with a lot of vulnerable people. Senior citizens do not have, a lot of them, if they are financially challenged, they don't have computer systems. And a lot of the vulnerable, they don't have phones, or the 16th of every month, their phone is disconnected because they haven't paid their bill. And then the 3rd of every month, their phone is reconnected. And we used to diarize our clients who were vulnerable and had this problem, and they wouldn't get calls between the 16th and the 3rd, but they'd get a call on the 4th. And these are the people that are not being served. They don't have the know-how. They don't have the access. So when we talk about access to justice, I'm like Sandy Smith. She made a good point, and I tell every client, we have a legal system, not a justice system. Because what's justice to me, based on my life experience, education, common experience in family, friends, is not the same as yours or yours or yours. Okay, we're all different. But that legal system, people have to navigate it. So finally, the Law Society and the judiciary, because it was very difficult for the Law Society to move forward, because there was a lot of pushback from lawyers saying, you know, this is going to interfere with our practice. And what I tried to point out at the meetings with the Canadian Bar Association, Ontario Bar Association, all of those associations and the Law Society at the board table at the Ministry of the Attorney General, was I did this for over 10 years. My clients are never the clients that are going to retain you. They do not have the money. So paralegals represented up to 07 this middle group of people that could not qualify for legal aid, but they could not afford a lawyer. So the Law Society and the judiciary, they have put in a, I'm going to call it a supplemental license for paralegals. They can attend a program at Fanshawe College, and you can attend full-time or part-time. It's only one semester. It's an accelerated semester, though I will warn you, I'm in it right now, and it is very, very, very academically challenging, and they stressed the need for people to meet the academic rigor. And because it's an accelerated semester, so it's 2 semesters in one, so it's instead of a 3-hour course for 14 weeks, it's a 6-hour course for 7 weeks. Then you move into the next semester of 7 weeks. It is very, very challenging, but it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Everything is coming back to me, and I'm surprised at how much I remembered. So what the license will be, there, it hasn't been named yet, but our title will be Family Law Service Providers. The people in the program must be licensed paralegals because they have to abide by the rules of conduct, and they have to be subject to licensing and discipline by the Law Society, and carry errors and omissions insurance. And then those people will be able to help people with simple divorces. And I can tell you, it's going to, in the judiciary, I agree with them 100%, because I'm guessing that's going to take away alone probably 20 to 25% of the backlog, because of people doing it by themselves, and then those divorces being rejected, having to go forward again, and then being rejected. And it's just rejected because of little things they're doing wrong. So that will be one thing. Motions to change child support. So the Family Law Service Providers will be able to help people with that. Family Responsibility Office enforcement. And that's in the family court, not the provincial offenses part of it that Jessica was mentioning. And in my, simple name changes, filing the separation agreements and the court documents required with that. But most importantly, in my humble opinion, is the scope of being able to engage in process navigation with people. So we will be able to give legal information and legal advice to people in family law. And that is really, really important, because that's a lot of what people need. So let's say someone says, Lori, I don't want you to do the papers, but I want you to look them over. Sure. And I can say, whoa, you got to go this way. Okay, and I think it's going to open a lot of jobs for paralegals in family law firms, and lawyers who are open to paralegals, for those paralegals and lawyers to join together and offer services that are more reasonably priced than paying a lawyer $500 an hour. Because a paralegal, or FLSP, sorry, I call it FLSP1. Okay, I don't know. That's my name for the license. It will be a really, really great way for people to be assisted, not only in the areas that FLSPs can operate in, but in the out of scope areas, then the lawyer can take over. I already have 3 lawyers in Durham that I've been speaking to. I still have to go through a field placement. In May, I still have to write a closed book, paralegals closed book licensing exam in June, and then hopefully pass this exam. I don't want to take up too much time because I know we're over time, but I've heard a very, very common theme, and that is paralegals. Sam Glass mentioned, and I know she advertised, I've got my paralegal license. Now what do I do? Okay. Well, you can get a job, but I find a lot of graduates, all they do is search on Indeed. You're not going to get a job searching the word paralegal on Indeed. So I have a Facebook group, Marshall Continuing Professional Development Seminars, and I post jobs. And I deliberately post jobs on that group and on LinkedIn that do not include the word paralegal, but require a paralegal license. So Workers' Safety Insurance Board was one from December. They wanted a case management officer, but you had to have a paralegal license. So a lot of it, and also we have upper tier municipalities in Ontario and lower tier. So we have Durham Region, and then we have Oshawa, Municipality of Clarington, Ajax, Pickering, Whitby, Clark. No, sorry, that's Clarington. Brock, thank you. Brock, North, and those are lower tiers. Well, they do parking, they do bylaws. There's an opening in the lower tier of Oshawa right now for bylaw. And it requires a paralegal license. So you can go on the municipal websites, then you have the upper tiers. Durham Region, that's where you get the prosecutor jobs. You get the jobs in the legal departments. There are lots of jobs, and then Go Jobs Ontario. There are jobs there. Then think of your big companies, MPAC. People think MPAC, Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, is government. It's not. Okay, go on that one. TELUS, my old business partner, she has lots of WSIB experience working for workers in private practice. She's now moved into a job with TELUS representing the employer side. What's another big company? Rogers. Check their job postings. Go on. There are jobs. The Durham graduates, they have a pretty good job statistic. Then you have your legal clinics. Every upper tier municipality has a legal clinic. Go on their websites every 2 weeks, every week, check for jobs. But a lot of the time, they're going to be called community legal workers, not paralegals. So I think a lot of the reason paralegals, if you want a job, aren't finding them is they're not called paralegal necessarily. Look at the provincial prosecutor, municipal prosecutor. It's called prosecutor, not paralegal. Okay, so that's one thing I want to point out for jobs. The people who want to enter into a business, you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset. And that means you have to have a mindset of a business owner. And if you don't, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to network and build those business connections. So COVID for young people set us back in the importance of in-person building those relationships. And when I'm building relationships I'm hoping I get my license in family law, I'm meeting with lawyers in person, and they're saying, isn't it great that we can meet in person again and everything else? Put a face and a voice to that person. In our continuing professional development seminars, we've gone back in person, but we also offer them on Zoom. And that offers, the last one we had, I think there were 18 paralegals and 40 students there. Well, that offers the students the ability to network because we have a social event afterwards. So I have a lot of things coming also for paralegals and paralegal graduates, students in the future across Ontario as part of my retirement. I do want to say, as a professional, and I want everyone to know, as a paralegal, you are a professional just like a lawyer, an engineer, a dentist, a doctor. And in that way, you don't have to retire because you have that license, and that is an ATM machine. And that I was told it was my ATM machine. And so I'm retiring from teaching, and believe me, I had a wonderful career and job at Durham, and it was absolutely phenomenal. I love teaching. I will continue doing that through professional development and mentoring. And all paralegals, you never have to retire. You can do part-time, you can, and there's a world, a big picture out there of things you can do. And the world's your oyster, really. I want to tell paralegals also, I'm a coach and advisor for the CAN Network. The CAN Network is a coach and advisor network with the Law Society of Ontario, and it is free. And to an advisor, you would phone an advisor if the Law Society, and then they would refer you to an advisor on certain cases. And we've had training by the Law Society in confidentiality, conflict of interest, and protection of ourselves and the other paralegal. And you can phone and you can gain assistance just on that one file that's a little bit difficult. Or you can phone or email for a coach. And the coaching engagements, I'm on hiatus right now until April, but the coaching engagements, the most common are paralegals who have a little bit of experience or don't have experience. They now want to start a business. And I guess I'm there on a list for mentoring people in starting a business. The guideline is you get a meeting a week for 6 weeks, and I give the people I'm mentoring homework, and then we come back and discuss it. I don't know what the hours are. I just give the hours that people need, and we might meet twice a week. I think the other coaches I've talked to do the same thing. So this is a free way of getting mentoring, and it's worth its weight in gold. The last gentleman I mentored, I'm taking my private investigator license. I coached him through starting his paralegal business. He in turn coached me on points in private investigation because he works for CIBC Bank as an investigator. But now he wants to make use of his paralegal license. So I want to tell everyone that access to justice, paralegals play an absolutely integral role. And we're learning today, you can go into mediation, you can do so many things. And access to justice is access to that legal system. And that's what paralegals provide. We are not lower than lawyers. We are just different in the areas that we offer assistance in. Sorry, last thing. I've heard the word tribunal a dozen times today. I don't think the public knows what a tribunal is. And a tribunal is any government body that ends in the word commission or board. So if you think of that, the Ontario Human Rights Commission, Canadian Human Rights Commission, Landlord and Tenant Board, Worker Safety Insurance Board, CPP Disability Board. There are so many. There are, I think, 1,000 tribunals, and paralegals can represent in almost every single tribunal in Ontario and Canada unless there are specific regulations saying they can't. So paralegals also get a niche, okay? Human rights is just absolutely phenomenal to assist people with. And you attend mandatory mediations at the Human Rights Commission with your clients and go through that mediation process. So that's my family law service provider news, and we're all really, really excited about it. And there's a really good class of graduates. It's starting out this year. There should be 120 if all of us pass. It's not many in Ontario, but it's a start. And the next group will start school September. So they'll end in December, and we should have another 120 by February 2026. So, okay, questions? Shifa, you need a microphone
there to make sure everyone online can hear you, and also for the recording. You've got, excellent. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, Lori, thank you for that. Very inspiring, very motivating, especially for aspiring paralegals, on what they can look forward to. I just wanted to ask you, with respect to the FLSP, sort of an idea of the application process, because I understand that you do have to have some prerequisites in order to apply. So can I be a paralegal tomorrow and apply for the program?
Okay, so number one, the requirements for applying as an FLSP are, number one, you have to have a paralegal license. Okay, so not just graduated from a program. Number two, if you have graduated from an accredited paralegal program, so if you graduated after 2008, then you must have had a B average, or if your average was lower, you have to have 2 letters of recommendation from people who say that you are able to withstand that academic rigor. If you are grandfathered as or grandparented, as I was, then you have to have 2 letters of recommendation about how proof that you can basically withstand the academic rigor of the program. So those are the requirements. Anyone else? We good? Okay. All right. Thank you. And have a wonderful day.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, we have a representative from ADRIO, which is the Alternative Dispute Resolution, I'm sorry, Alternative Dispute Resolution Institute of Ontario, and his name is Steve Benmore. If I had to introduce him, it would probably take me about 20 minutes to get through the enormous amount of experience and education and everything that he's involved in. So I'm just going to ask him to come up now, and he can introduce himself and all of his credentials.
And thank you for letting me be here. Jessica, thank you for organizing this. I'm here just to share with you that there is an organization that you could look into. It's called the ADRIO, or the Alternative Dispute Resolution Institute of Ontario. I'm a member of it. I'm on the board of directors of it. And it is an organization made up of about 1,000 members. There is a federal organization called the ADRIC, which is the Alternative Dispute Resolution Institute of Canada. And within Canada, there's chapters in all the provinces. And on the subject of access to justice and paralegals, let me just say a few things. Anybody can be a member of ADRIO. You do not have to be a mediator or a paralegal or a lawyer. There is a student membership level, there is an affiliate membership level, and then there's a full mediator level. And it's a great organization to get information about how you might be able to work your way into the field. And so on the subject of access to justice, if you actually think about it, those words are very complicated. Really, it just means that if you've got a legal problem, you should be able to get a solution. And it shouldn't be something that is complicated, difficult, expensive. And so the words access to justice is as a result of the barriers that the average person has to be able to find a solution to their problem, whatever the problem might be. And so in Ontario, the historical route has been to hire a lawyer to help you solve your legal problem. Well, even though we've got about 60,000 lawyers in Ontario, we still, in the court system, have about half the people not represented by a lawyer. So there seems to be a bit of a disconnect. You got a lot of lawyers, you got a lot of people that are going to court for legal problems without lawyers. And so as a result of this disconnect, and you heard from various speakers today, the government of Ontario has tried to make changes, the government of Canada as well. One of the changes was in 2007, 2008, they started licensing paralegals. As of now, we've got about 11,000 licensed paralegals in Ontario. We've got 60,000 lawyers, 11,000 paralegals, and as you heard from Professor Marshall, there's going to be 180 specialized paralegals coming out with licenses soon, who are called family law service providers. So they're paralegals with an extra license that allows them to work in the field of family law. And these are all great changes that are supposed to improve the average Ontario citizen's ability to have their legal problems solved. One of the problems that, above and beyond all the other problems, is this idea that if you have a legal problem, you have to go to either a courthouse or a lawyer or a tribunal or a commission, and that's where mediation comes in. And so the ADRIO, where I am from, is a group of people that provide mediation services and arbitration services. In my non-volunteer world, I work and run a law practice where I offer mediation and arbitration services. And what we're going to see in the years and generations to come is a movement away from the court place to be the place where you find solutions to your legal problems. We're going to see more and more average people hiring mediators and arbitrators to solve their problems, because the court system has a lot of problems. And one of which is the wait time. Another is the cost. Another is the lack of expertise. A lot of people think that if you have a legal problem, if you go to court, you're going to get somebody that knows all about your legal problem. Not true, because judges might be lawyers who practiced in one area of law for 20 years, let's just say criminal law, and then they apply to be a judge, and then they become a judge, and then all of a sudden they have a case in front of them that involves a divorce with autistic children and parents that are from different cultures, religions, ethnicities. And the judge that's in front of this family may have no knowledge whatsoever about that. No expertise, no education, other than, of course, they have a law degree and now they're a judge. Whereas mediators and arbitrators tend to be subject matter specialists. And so the ADRIO is an organization that trains, accredits, and provides ongoing professional development to allow these subject matter specialists to be most suitable for people's legal problems. And that brings us to the final conclusion, which is mediation and arbitration is really a tremendous route for employment, for fulfillment, and to really make a change in access to justice. So I would invite anybody that is here to Google ADRIO or the Alternative Dispute Resolution Institute of Ontario, consider being a member, and at minimum, just sign up for the newsletter and see what's going on. There's also volunteer opportunities within ADRIO. So if, for example, you're interested in just sort of kicking the tires and learning a little bit more about it, you could join a committee and be a volunteer. So that's it for me. It's been a long morning for most of you, so thank you. If anybody has any questions, you can catch me before I leave. I'd be happy to answer them. And I want to repeat my gratitude to Jessica for organizing today and for inviting me to speak on behalf of ADRIO. So thank you.
I was just going to say myself, listening as a layperson, not involved at all in the paralegal profession, but certainly fully aware of its need. I can't imagine what a difficult case would be with parents with autistic children and different nationalities, and you have to come in there and find a way. Wow, that would be a great subject for one of my classes on global leadership. Perhaps. But anyways, we can talk later. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Lon.
Yep.
Next up, we have someone who, in my opinion, has probably the most important job anybody could ever have in the legal field. He works for the Pro Bono Inmate Appeal Program, and he has done so for 13 years. He has, well, I hope you're going to tell us, Paul, how many people you have got out of jail who were wrongfully convicted. Very serious job, lots of stress, and he's a great guy, personal kind of friend. Our kids used to play together, so here's Paul.
Hi there, everyone. How are you? Thanks, Jessica, and thanks for hosting this. As Jessica said, I'm with the Pro Bono Inmate Appeal Duty Counsel program. I joined the program in 2013. I am a licensed paralegal. I work 100% out of scope. Just to give you a bit of history about the program, it started in 1998 as a pilot project. The late Justice Rosenberg, who was sitting at the Ontario Court of Appeal, approached Marie Hennon, Alison Wheeler, Sharon Levine, and Richard Lakowski, and Neil Kapoor, after he identified that there were a large number of appeals being heard self-represented in the at the Court of Appeal in Kingston.
Hani I identify as a female mesela atıyorum işte ben işte bir kadın olarak tanımlanıyorum da diyebilirim hani.
Bu templarda da çok geçiyor da.
Bence.
So I was listening. Is someone coming in online?
80 tane soru çözdüm
Just a
televizyonda.
second. Hold on.
Thanks.
I was listening to you on YouTube with my. Is somebody coming in? Is that Michelle or Tulin? Or is it somebody else from another solar system out there? Way out there. Anyways,
Okay, we good.
Okay, good. The cosmos is quiet now. Okay.
I think I might press the button on
continue.
the
Yeah.
computer.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Please go ahead. I'm listening to you here to make sure the
Okay.
audio is good. So
Okay, we're good.
in a sec,
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So Marie, Alison, Richard, Anil, and Sharon were the first members of the Duty Counsel program. They would attend sit-ins in Kingston only at that time. As they were successful and giving oral arguments in submissions to self-represented persons, it garnered the favor of the court and the crown. And as it got more popular, we started to sit in Toronto as well for the less serious matters. Though still serious, they are 2 years less a day. In total, the Court of Appeal sits for 22 days a year in Toronto. And usually those appellants are from provincial institutions. We do hear appeals from Beaver Creek in those times as well. And the court sits for 12 days a year in Kingston for those that are in federal custody. And we have 5 days where we hear appeals that stem from Ontario, but they've been transferred out of province. Until 2013, all of this work was coordinated on an ad hoc basis, with the Crown doing the job of case management for both the self-represented appellants and the Crown. In 2013, PAP, Pro Bono Inmate Appeal Program, were recipients of a responsive grant from the Law Foundation. That gave us funding to hire me. So I was the first person to come on and help formulate, with the assistance of the Crown, we worked collaboratively with the Crown and the court, a way where we could give self-represented appellants their first chance of access to justice, to having a voice at the table. I've had the privilege of working with these people at the Crown, court, and the self-represented appellants for over 12 years now. One of the issues we found with access to justice was that self-represented inmates didn't have a way to contact the court unless they went through their probation officer or through the institution or through family members. What we noticed within my first year was the need for the appellants to be able to contact somebody on the defense side so that they could be heard. Myself and the Crowns reached out to Corrections Canada, and for the first time ever, we were able to secure a toll-free number added so that inmates can call on a daily basis without having to add me as their PIN. For self-represented person, for inmates, it's one of those issues where they're only allowed 10 numbers on their call list, and you don't want to take up one of their 10 numbers using a lawyer or a pro bono organization like ourselves. So with that in place, we were able to work with the appellants so that they would have a voice at the table. I see firsthand the volume of appellants that were self-represented at trial. This is down to legal aid. A lot of people, as you know, cannot afford counsel, and legal aid's financial guidelines until recently, I think they get moved up in March, have been fairly unrealistic. It would put most people in this room out of a chance to have legal aid for their trials. That also goes over into their appeal. On top of the appeal, to get legal aid for their appeal, they have to show that their appeal has merit. So they have that additional hurdle. So they have the financial hurdle, and then they have the hurdle of showing that their appeal has merit. I'm going to give you just some numbers. In 2023, which is our last report, the Duty Council lawyers who volunteer their time with the program provided a total of 879 hours dedicated to preparation for appeals alone. This ensured that there was comprehensive groundwork for each case. Moreover, an additional 69 hours were allocated for in-court assistance, with an additional 9 hours a week earmarked to follow up with those matters once they'd been argued. we heard the court in that year heard a commendable 62 inmate appeals that were argued, or some were abandoned after the advice of duty counsel. I'm buzzing now, sorry. We had, out of those 62 inmate appeals that were argued between the period of 2023 to 2024, we had a 19% favorable outcome, with 3 conviction appeals being overturned that year and 9 sentences being reduced. During 2024 to 25, that we were successful in 5 conviction appeals being overturned and 6 successful sentence appeals. Remember, these are all appeals that legal aid have said had 0 merit and didn't warrant funding. Without the duty counsel program and those lawyers that work hard and volunteer their time, these people would have sat either in prison until the end of their sentence and walked away. Well, for 13 of them, they'd have walked away with a criminal conviction. This underscores the dedication and the effectiveness of the legal support that we have at the inmate appeal program. I'm good for any questions. So we do have, we in total since 1998, we've had 61 successful conviction appeals. That's 61 people who were denied legal aid on merit alone, and had they argued their appeals themselves, it would have been pretty probable they would not have raised the niche grounds of appeal that duty counsel identified. On top of that, the sentence appeals, again, since 1998, we've been successful in reducing 85 of those.
Wow. That's incredible.
That's
amazing.
Yeah.
The lawyers who volunteer their time are phenomenal for that.
I was going to say that, you know what? Thank God for them. Like, thank God. Really. I don't know, being in prison, losing your freedom, losing everything. You'd lose your family. You know, people who sit in jail for years, people give up on them, you know, and then they're just in there. And it's, like I said, to me, just my own opinion, it's got to be the most important job you can do in this country.
I think access to justice means something for each and every one of us. But for those that have their liberty at stake and taken away, and I speak to these, I say guys because the majority of the people we assist are men, and we do have females as well that are in prison. But I speak to these guys and they say, well, my appeal's over, right? Because legal aid said it has no merit. And the sad part is that is not true. And I speak a lot with these in custody appellants who very regularly say to me, I just want to abandon it and call it a day. My advice to them is, please wait until the duty counsel lawyers have reviewed your transcripts and can give you formal legal advice. On the other hand, you do have the ones that we do tell them that they don't have any grounds of appeal and they'll move forward. But for the best part, I want to tell a story of a young client, if you don't mind. Right?
Yes, yes.
So I had this young guy that had been sentenced to 3.5 years. The story behind his conviction was he was an addict. He was 19 at the time. He'd already had some issues with the justice system and he had been in juvie. And this particular day, he had 2 men approached him in the Ottawa region and asked if he could get him a shard of crystal meth. So he took, and on the promise that if he took him to his dealer, he would then get a shard of this crystal meth. As an addict, he went, he took them, he waited outside very patiently, probably a little too patiently, because what had gone on in in the actual drug house was the two people robbed the drug dealers and run out the back door and left our guy, sat on the hood of his car. So to cut a long story short, he was convicted of numerous offences and got the 3.5-year sentence. The trial judge, the sentencing judge, said to him, "We're giving you 3.5 years so you can get into a federal program so that you can get the relevant treatment that you need because you're at a crossroads in your life. And if you don't get this treatment, you're going to spend your life in and out of prison." Unfortunately, the federal system doesn't give the treatment the judges think they get. There's no funding. Just like any other government organization, there's no funding for these kinds of treatments. So we managed to get him bail. So he was on bail pending appeal. In that time, he retained a lawyer who filed a factum some 18 months later that the Crown, actually it was Miss Wheeler, who came to court and said that the Crown refused to accept this factum. It's insufficient and it should be better. It doesn't even raise the grounds of appeal that got him bail pending appeal. So the court put him back into what we call the inmate stream, at which point now I'd read and got familiarized with the reasons for sentence. So I worked with him. We put him through, we found him a therapist, a drug therapist. He volunteered some time with a political party. He volunteered some time with an old person's home. He got himself back on track. In that time, now we're 3 years down the line, he'd had 2 little babies, 2 beautiful little girls. Met this wonderful woman, had 2 little girls, got married. When it came round to arguing his appeal, the now Justice Presser, who was duty counsel at the time, was very passionate about her submissions on the appeal and how he had done everything the trial judge had said. So on a 3.5-year sentence, he ended up only having to spend the 63 days that he was in prison waiting for bail pending appeal. And that makes my job really beneficial. I love it. I love those stories. He still phones me actually every Eid. He will phone me or he'll send me a message to thank me. He now has a very successful business in Ottawa.
Really?
He actually has 2.
Wow.
That's amazing. It shows if
Wow. It's a great.
Yeah, good for him.
with the right support, you know, people can get somewhere. But if people give up on them, you know, that's it. It's sad what can happen. And just to kind of, I'll just say quickly, I had a similar incident. I was about ready to forfeit the paralegal license and just, you know, focus on mediation, but I actually had a client, exact same thing, well, turned into a client. The exact same thing happened where, except it was a WSIB claim. She'd gone to the Office of the Workers Advisor, who is the government agency who will take on your case if you have a valid claim for WSIB. And they told her that she didn't have a case. She brought it to me. She absolutely has the case. WSIB is into her for about $80,000. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to get my license back because maybe I can, I still have something to offer, you know, in terms of that, because it's sad what happens to people. If this case just gets into the wrong hands, you know, it's out of your control. So thanks for coming, Paul, and
Thank you. You're doing a
thank
great
you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. I was just going to add before you conclude or where you're going to, just to say that your role in this, which you wouldn't say, but I will say for you, was vital. Right? I mean,
Oh, 100%.
you know, as a
100%.
Yeah.
Wow. None of the other provinces do. You know what? Wow. I think Ontario is special in terms of the legal world. I really do. You know, with paralegals and speaking to that, we have a lot of options here that the other provinces don't. So next up, at 2:00, we have CCRS doing a mock mediation. I don't know if you're tired of hearing my voice yet, but I had something that I wanted to talk about with positional bargaining and impasse. If you want to just listen for the next couple minutes while they get organized. So as you know, if you've been doing mediation, even in your mock mediations, you may find that you come to an impasse, right? Where people, they just don't seem to be able to come to an agreement. That's usually the most common problem of mediation. I'm so sorry. You know what? Let me call up Durham Community Legal Clinic. My goodness, I'm so sorry.
Okay, hello everybody. We'll make this very quick because I know we have the mock mediation.
Anytime. Okay, just turn it on. Okay, it's off now. But you both have your mics.
Okay, so my name's Emily. I'm a paralegal at the Durham Community Legal Clinic. We're just going to give a pretty brief overview of who we are and what we do at the clinic. So we are located at the Midtown Center in Oshawa. Address is 200 John Street West, Unit B1. So we're at the north side of the mall, closest to King Street. Our phone number is 905-728-7321. You can always give us a call, get an intake. You'll be put in our system. Legal worker will call you. Just as a quick disclaimer before we get started, the information provided in this presentation is current as of the day of the presentation. So today, February 2025. We will be providing general information, but this is not legal advice. If you have a specific question about your circumstances, please contact our office to speak to a legal worker. Like I said, you can give us a call, or we do also have a website. You can do an online intake. And then just a brief overview of legal aid versus a legal clinic. Legal aid is where you can apply for a certificate. This will include criminal or family law. What happens is they give you a certificate and then you are to find a private lawyer. The lawyer will then bill legal aid. So we are not legal aid. We are the legal clinic who is funded by legal aid. At the legal clinic, we provide on-site legal services in certain areas of law, which Cheryl will touch upon. If somebody comes in with a criminal or family law matter, we do refer them out because we cannot assist them at our clinic, unfortunately. And Cheryl will take it away from here with the history and who we are.
Okay, so my name is Cheryl. I'm a paralegal at the Durham Community Legal Clinic. So I originally started out as a paralegal student at Durham College. I would say the reason why I'm employed by Durham College or Durham Community Legal Clinic today was just a simple email that I sent to Lori about field placement, and then I never left, and they eventually started paying me, thankfully. But when Lori was, I just wanted to touch on before I go into everything, when Lori was talking about thinking outside of the box of getting a job as a paralegal. My worst class was Lori's class. It was LTB. I was horrible at it. Landlord and tenant board is very vast. It's hard. It's crazy. And that's what my specialty is today. So that's what I do at the clinic. Yeah, that's what I do at the clinic. I'm introduced, like we have one of our former placement students here. I'm introduced by my supervisor as the housing expert now. I don't feel like it, but I'm told I am. So it went from a terrible grades in my respect to now this is what I do. So I work in housing and social benefits, and I'm going to be doing employment as well coming up soon. But as far as our history goes, so the Durham Community Legal Clinic, it's a non-for-profit. So we're funded by Legal Aid Ontario. We were founded in October of 1985. So we're coming up on our 40th anniversary in October of this year. And then we started as a tenant hotline with the Social Development Council, which is now the Community Development Council of Durham, or CDCD as it's widely known. So we are governed by a board. It's a 10-member volunteer board. It consists of a bunch of different professionals from different areas. And then we're funded by Legal Aid Ontario, like I said, and it's comprised of 79 different legal clinics across the province. And these consist of community clinics, student clinics, and specialized clinics. And then we are the only clinic that services the 700,000 plus citizens of Durham region. We're located downtown Oshawa inside of Midtown Mall, like Emily said. And then just an overview of the services that we do provide. So we provide housing services, landlord and tenant board specific only. We do income maintenance, so Ontario Works, ODSP appeals, and CPPD, so Canadian Pension Plan Disability. We do human rights summary advice, employment law, so that would be the labor board, not WSIB, but EI, things like that. We do notarizing and commissioning services for a nominal fee, which, because we're a non-for-profit, you get a receipt and it's tax deductible. So you can claim it on your taxes as well, because it goes through as a donation. We do public legal education through outreach events like today. We do interclinic study groups. So one big thing, like to touch on what Lori said, is the portal. So the tribunals portal. It's a thorn in everybody's side. And that's one thing that we're working on right now, is how the changes of the landlord and tenant board and how they run and the portal affect our client base, because we are a poverty legal clinic basically. So our clients don't have electronics, don't have phones, don't have access to things like that. We do public advocacy. So one thing we are working on right now is how transportation services aren't readily available for North Durham. So in that respect, what I'm talking about is Brock Township, things like that, Scugog, that area. We also do petitions for social assistance funding. That was one thing that we did. And then we do clinic-specific and joint community partnership projects. So one of the ones that we had done that is done now is Building Bridges, which was a public financial literacy campaign. So we partnered with Durham Region and worked on that. What we are doing right now is the Your Way Forward project. So it's through the federal government, and it's to do with intimate partner violence and domestic violence. Then, just one sec. So we have, how do we provide the services? So we do telephone intake calls. We can do online intake forms. We do have walk-in days. So you can come in, just walk in and have a meeting with one of the paralegals or lawyers. And that's Monday to Wednesday from 8:30 a.m. to noon, and then from 1 until 4. And then the dates and times are always subject to change because of inclement weather or availability. There is only 7 legal workers in the clinic between lawyers and paralegals right now. And then how we provide our services. So we provide legal services and legal advice and information day of or over the phone. We do representation at tribunal hearings if there's merit and if the person financially qualifies, which it is a very, very, very low bar. So it's basically you have to be fully unemployed or on ODSP or Ontario Works, basically. We do tenant duty counsel at the Landlord and Tenant Board through the Advocacy Centre for Tenants of Ontario. So what tenant duty counsel is if you, as a tenant, if you do not have representation and day of you need legal advice, things like that, we go into a private breakout room and have a discussion before you move forward with mediation or your hearing on your own. Then we also do community service. So we have public terminals for doing your LTV hearings and social benefits hearings. So just a few challenges our clinic faces. So we have limited funding, very, very limited funding to serve such a vast catchment area. So we do have one of the largest, I think it is the largest catchment area of all the legal clinics. I can say that because Toronto has, I think, either 5 or 7 different legal clinics. So it's just us located in Oshawa for all of Durham region. There's a growing need for our services, especially with housing. And then we're largely perceived as Oshawa only clinic. Other parts of Durham region aren't really aware that we're available to them or also can't travel to us. We do have many changes since COVID. We have new faces with our community partners, and we need to re-educate them on who we are and what we do. But we do welcome the opportunity to get to introduce ourselves again to people and kind of get our faces out there. And then, so just to speak a bit about Your Way Forward. So what it is, it's comprehensive legal services with family and criminal law. So there's things we can and cannot do. What we do is we can assist in summarizing your story, victim impact statements, things like that. We can provide assistance with family law legal information. We do system navigations and referrals. There's some representation on a case-by-case basis. And then the difference between Your Way Forward and other domestic violence programs is that it's for anyone, regardless of your gender. If you're experiencing intimate partner violence or sexual assault, you qualify. And because it's from the federal government, you don't have to qualify for legal aid in order to get our help with that. And then what we can't assist with is full representation in family or criminal law. Like Emily said, that goes to legal aid. And then matters that don't deal with intimate partner violence or sexual assault. And then that's it. So it's just our address and phone number. It was on the screen. We do have cards and lots of information on our table as well.
Do you find that a lot of your clients or inquiries that come in are people who are illiterate? Do you see literacy issues?
Not necessarily, or it's not shared. There's more of an educational issue, I would say, with a lot of people. Whether they can read or write is something completely different. Yeah, I would say it's the access to education. We do have a lot of clients that maybe they're computer illiterate more than
I
reading
see.
and writing comprehension.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they need full service, and that's what they get at the legal clinic, right? Compared to if you had a lawyer, let's say, you may not get that complete, well-rounded service that you do at the legal clinic.
Well, we do our best with what money we have. So like we saw, I think in the news that there was a surplus of millions of dollars for legal aid that wasn't being trickled down to the different legal clinics. So we are really strapped and we try to do what we can. But we have about a 5-day turnaround for a phone call, email, whatever. Sometimes it has to be longer. So
Do you accept volunteers?
we do. We have a lot of field placement students. That's how both Emily and I started at the clinic. So we do accept, I think it's 6. I think it's 6 per semester. We do have a volunteer program that is, I think, through our HR person right now.
Okay.
We have had summer students in the past. So there's opportunities, but maybe not necessarily full-time position opportunities.
Right.
Unfortunately.
But when, say, these people graduate, or before they graduate, could they contact you?
Yeah, there's cards. on the table, it wouldn't be me that would be contacted about, or Emily about field placement. It would be our supervisor. So if the clinic was contacted, you would be trickled to the right person.
Okay, that's amazing.
Sorry, I just wanted to add another thing we see a lot at the clinic is language barriers. That's a huge issue that we run into in the clinic, and we do have a program where we can call and get a translator, right away. But that is something that we see all the time. People come in with their papers and English isn't their first language and they have no clue. Like, their
That must
hearing
be
was
terrifying.
their hearing was 2 months ago, and now they're coming in with a sheriff's notice and they're like, I don't know what happened. It's because they couldn't understand the paperwork because it's in English.
Right.
They don't speak English.
Yeah.
So that's something that we are trying to work on. Like I said, we do have the translation services, but that is something we run into every day at the clinic.
Okay. Yeah, that's a huge challenge. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. I think we got off schedule here. I'm so sorry.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, you can just leave everything there.
Thank you so much. So next up,
Great.
I think we.
Is this for the? Yeah, good, because they're going to bring in the board, and I've got them a marker as well.
I actually had a couple of jobs to do that I can do now while they're getting set up. I have 3 gift certificates for $150 each for legal or mediation services. It never expires, so if you get a traffic ticket or you end up in small claims court or any of the tribunals, I'm a licensed paralegal. I also provide the mediation services. So yeah, we've got 3 for 150, and then we have a grand prize draw for mediated divorce. Are you already ready to go? Because we'll wait. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Great. I can give you a hand if you need. So you would like this? Well, let's make sure that you can be seen. Let's just see. Just want to bring it into range. See, I'm looking at the self view here. So it might just work fine right here. Okay. If you're okay with that.
Okay, good.
Okay. If we do it over here, so it's either one side of the podium or the other. I'm just sort of looking at the what might work, but let's see.
I guess.
What works? It's one or the other side. If we go right here, then so you would be in here, in this area here. If we do this,
I'm going to announce the names for the 3 gift certificates.
try one more thing, okay? I've never done this, but
First one goes to Edwin.
exactly, that's what I'm thinking, okay? And this is really sorry. Okay, watch. Sure. Why not? That I think will work better for all of you because you have room, right? Would this work best? Yeah, and then we can sort of yeah, because the podium is we don't want to move the podium because the cable's fixed there. So but I kind of would like to but I don't know if it's this if we can do this because it looks it would be better, I think, if it were back just because it starts to look cluttered. Okay, so yeah. Is it? It just looks from it looks against the podium. And then I can move the couch a bit this way. Okay, hold on. So give you more room. Okay. And then sort of come in. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. This will be the best somewhere in here. And so I can stay at the podium to also help if there's anything. But yeah, great. Okay, so everybody online, as you can see, they're setting up for a mock mediation, I believe. And we will have that shortly. So that's great for everybody in the cosmos right now, as well as watching the recording later. They're just taking a few minutes to get set up, and they have a marker. Oh, great. You've got to do the mediation right in the middle. Yeah, this is great. Okay. And then I might even zoom the camera out a little bit so we can really get a bigger view. And so I'm going to try something here. While they get set up, I am going to try a different camera view. Okay, so let's do this for the moment. Okay, let's do this. Nice. Now, that's going to work. And I'm going to just zoom out a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit of production, but we're going to make it work. And then I'm going to come over here and just sort of zoom out a little bit. There we go. And then I'll tilt it down. Oh yeah, that's going to look great. And we can surround, everybody can sit around the mediation. So okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, you're gonna have to, because that way we get the best. Well, let's try and make this work because otherwise it sounds very distant. Okay, so the sound. So let's try and do it with each person who's speaking holding the microphone. We have 3. Okay, I can bring another in, and then we'll see how it goes. I've never done it like this, but we're gonna make it work. Okay, and then but. Nice. And then I'm going to take Jessica's here. Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
This is fun.
We'll try and do it this way with holding microphones. You will see on the recording how much better it is because the critical thing I find with anything we do in here is actually the audio in the end. If the picture is not so great, it's okay, but the audio's got to be just so clear and close. Then it is really you feel like you're there. Okay, so we have the 3 microphones. They're on now. Okay, and yours is on. Yours is on. Do your best to hold it like the others were, like karaoke. Exactly. And everybody can see I've opened up the view a little bit. So, and basically, Jessica, is there anything you'd like to say before they begin? Are you all ready to begin? But I think we're good. We have it set up. I can manage things here with the camera. I think it's great. You're having this. This will be an excellent resource later. So I'll let Jessica tell you when she may have another plan. I just want to defer to her. Okay, so come. Yeah, you have to take a microphone from one of them. Okay, so come around. Here you go. Here's a little path in there. Okay. Oh, that looks nice.
Call the names quick. Edwin. If the people aren't here, I will contact them. Nuraya and Gradiola. So you can see Kate, she has the gift certificates there. Like I said, they don't expire. There's a grand prize draw for a free mediated divorce. I'm not going to call the person's name because it's private, but I have it right here and I will contact the person. Thank you.
Okay. I think I might be widest possible, so I'd like to fill up the seats so people can see everybody here. Is it possible? Those you can see, there's the self view on YouTube. could you come in and fill up the seats closer to the mediation? And that way it will feel accurate that people are here, you know? And even on the couch, even on the couch will be fine, right? I think it will be, yeah. If you can, nice. And for those of you, would you be able to come in as well? Sit on the couches, or you okay? Yeah, or just closer, right next to the gentleman. It's like my students. I'm always doing the come on in, guys. But
We
you'll
don't bite.
see it work. It will look great on the recording. That's right. Okay. And great. Okay. And Jessica, are you okay? They can start anytime. I might fiddle with this a tiny bit, but essentially, go ahead anytime, okay?
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much. So I'm going to address you guys as the parties here today. Thank you so much for coming. As we know, we have a conflict to solve today, and it's great that we all came here today. We clearly all have a shared commitment to resolve this problem. So thank you for your time, guys. I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Elle. I'm going to be your mediator for today. I'd love to get some introductions around the room here.
My name is Imran, and I'm the supervisor of the company LTC Incorporated.
Perfect.
Yeah, my name's Dash. I'm the manager of LTC.
Supervisor, manager. Okay, perfect.
My name is Leha, and I'm the employee of the company.
Current employee. Gotcha. Okay, perfect. So of everyone here today, who has done a mediation before?
Yeah, I've done one.
You've done one. Has anyone else been?
No,
Okay, this is our first time. So to any of us that are unfamiliar with the process, I'm just going to briefly break it down for today. So we are here. We have it set that we're meeting for about an hour today. Are we still good for that time?
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. I sent you guys a copy of the mediated agreement before today, just briefly over email. If you've had a chance to look it over, do we have any questions about that?
No.
Everyone's had a chance to sign the mediation agreement?
Yes.
Perfect. So for today, what we're going to do is I'm going to hear from everybody in terms of, the situation, what's going on. We're going to break down, what the problem is today that we are, as I said, all here to work on. We're all here to resolve the same problem. We're going to go through a brainstorming session. I'm going to take you through some brainstorming, and we're going to throw out as many ideas as we can. We're going to invent first, evaluate later. So we're going to save any and all judging of the ideas or, assessing the ideas for later. We're just going to throw them out. And then later we're going to look at all of our options. We're going to use some objective criteria and try to find the best solution for the problem we have today. Okay. Any questions about that before we get started?
Nope. I think that everything's clear.
Okay, perfect. So before we get started, I usually like to make sure we establish ground rules for the mediation. Now, I did send you guys a copy of just an example of ground rules that I've used in previous mediation sessions that have worked to keep things civil and productive. So have we had a chance to look that over?
Yes.
Usually I would.
I did.
You did. Okay. We all did? Perfect. So usually I would put them up on the board. I think we're a little short on time today. So just briefly, I wanted to touch on the ones that are really important. One that I think is really, really important is that only one person speaks at a time. We're going to be respectful. We're going to try to listen to each other. And as I said, no interrupting each other, just no yelling. Here to have a respectful conversation. Okay?
Sure.
Any other ground rules anyone else would like to add that you feel are important for the facilitation of this mediation?
No, I think you pretty much covered.
Covered all of it? Okay, amazing. Alrighty, so I am going to be taking notes as I listen to everyone here today. Don't think that, I'm writing something shady. I'm just here to take notes for my own understanding and so that I'm, keeping up with what you guys are telling me. I'm also going to be repeating back to you guys what you've said just to make sure that I got the message and we're all on the same page. Okay? Alrighty, so who would like to go first? Maybe I'd love to hear from you first. Yeah?
I can go first.
Okay.
So basically, I feel like my work has not been acknowledged and I've been overworked for the past few months, and also criticized uh, in front of everyone in meetings, which my supervisor has been claiming that I've not been doing the work, which I've actually done all my best to get things done. I'm just one person working two people's job. They recently fired someone as well. So I just find it really frustrating that they don't acknowledge me for what I've done and they just want to criticize me on what I've not gotten done, even though the burden's too much on me.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing. And before I hear from you guys, I just want to make sure that I heard everything that you said correctly. So, from what you shared, it sounds like you are feeling like you're not being respected or appreciated by your superiors when they openly criticize you in front of your coworkers. That is something that doesn't sit right with you, and maybe has an impact on the way that you do your work on your productivity at work as well. Um, so it sounds like that's what your concern is here.
Yep.
Is there anything that I missed? By any means, if I'm wrong,
No,
please do
that's
correct
it.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
that's why we're here today. Okay. And
So,
yeah, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, so basically, I'm managing a group of 10 people,
Mhm.
and I'm the supervisor in this company. And it's not like I pointed her out. It's basically I'm getting pressured from my managers, my superior, and the corporation to get the targets. So that's why I'm behind these people to get those done. So I don't think I didn't. I didn't mean to pick someone out of the group and then criticize them. It's just basically me reviewing their performances and where they were lagging behind. Yeah, I think that's basically what the issue is, and I felt that I've been framed for criticizing someone, wrongly.
Okay, thank you for sharing. And so again, I'm going to paraphrase what you've said just to make sure that I fully understand what you've said. If I'm wrong, please do correct me. If I'm missing anything, feel free to add it. So what I heard you say is that, from your perspective, you're managing a group of people and you're facing pressure from your manager, your superior, to meet certain deadlines. And part of your responsibility is to make sure that the people that you manage are meeting their deadlines and also being effective in terms of their work performance. So it sounds like you noticed that a coworker, or sorry, a employee that you're managing, her performance has maybe dipped a little bit, or she's not performing as well as she should or used to, and you feel like you've been painted as the villain. It sounds
Yes,
like,
exactly. Yep.
for bringing that to her attention.
Yes, that's basically summarizes my whole.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
But I feel like he's never nice about it. Like, I feel like it's not, he doesn't say it in a respectful way.
Okay.
I feel like he's more in a criticizing tone. And I don't agree with that.
Okay. So it sounds like from your perspective, you do hear what your supervisor is saying, but you still feel disrespected in what in the way that he goes about, I guess, addressing your work performance in front of your peers.
I would like to add that I'm not behind you particularly. It's anyone's performance that goes down. I'm behind them because I have pressure from my bosses as well. So it just basically trickles down. I'm also getting criticized, but if I word it out in a certain way, people get flustered about it.
Mhm.
So I think it's just the pressure that I'm handling with gets trickled down. Maybe, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it sounds like, I understand that you are facing pressure for sure. And I'd love to hear from you as well as the manager in the
See,
situation.
the thing that I don't understand is she knows it's a project management company and clients are behind us to get things done in a specific timeline, and she knows there's workload with associated with time specific project, and I don't understand what's the big deal in just finishing the work and supervisor being behind her. Because that's his job. He's supposed to, manage his team, and I expect him to do that because that's what he's hired for.
Mhm.
And I simply don't understand what the issue is. I tried getting both of them, to resolve this between themselves, but no, apparently they can't resolve it. So I don't know what's happening.
Right. So just to be clear, so you did try to address this by having them try to, sit down and talk it out amongst the two of them?
Yeah, but she's not willing to face him, and he's telling me that he doesn't understand what the problem is. So Yeah.
Okay. And I'm curious as to what your concern is here with this conflict here.
So for me, I just want to get the work done. It doesn't matter who does it, how it's happening. I just want to get work done so that I can, present to my clients and get more work from them. But this issue, she's taken a leave of absence for the past week, and that's been affecting the timeline for the deadline for the project, and it's impacting my company.
Mhm.
And I can't let that happen because if I just want to get this done with, so that we can resolve this and just finish my project. That's why I'm here.
And I just want to clarify, when you say you just want to be done by this, you mean wrapping this conflict?
Yeah, the issue that they have, it's supposed to be a supervisor and his team. They're supposed to work together. It's a project management company,
Mhm.
and communication is key there. So
Right.
I don't understand why they can't resolve it between themselves.
Okay. So as I understand, I'm hearing that this conflict is affecting productivity at this point, and you have taken a leave of absence. Can I ask, what was the reason behind the leave of absence?
Yeah, it's just I'm so overwhelmed at work because, as I said, they fired someone recently and I've been burdened with that job. And I feel like they don't understand that one person cannot do both the jobs. And they have a certain expectation of me to complete everything in the
That's why you were
timeline.
hired. That's the whole point of you.
I was hired to do one person's job.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to remind us of the ground rules that we established at the beginning, of not interrupting each other and one person only speaking at a time. I know that things might get tense, but I'd love to just be able to hear from one person at a time, and we'll work through this. Okay?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, no worries. We will get to hear from you for sure. Sorry. As you were saying?
Yeah, I just felt really overwhelmed. I felt like it was not worth it because, as I said, they only criticize me. I feel like I'm not even being heard. I think I approached him, but I felt like he has a certain amount of bias towards the supervisor. And I don't.
Sorry to interrupt, but I don't think there's a bias because, like you said, you also feel that you're getting, being disrespected, but it practically happens to me as well, but not in the same, but in a different way where I'm also getting pressured as well. So it's not just you who's facing all this because it's life. I mean, you have to deal with some things to get things done. So basically, I'm also going with the same thing through the same thing. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like they're a team together, and it's like against me.
That's not the case because everyone works individually.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna jump right in here and just regain control of this conversation here. But thank you for sharing. Again, I want to reiterate that I'm hearing from you that you are dealing with a lot of pressure from your superior. Is that true? Yeah. I'm getting that message from you for sure. So it's not something that I don't want to forget. I want to definitely touch on that. But back to Leah, I just wanted to wrap up what you were saying. It sounds like you are frustrated about not being heard. I understand that you get the impression that your supervisor and manager are almost like a team that is against you. That's the impression that I understand that
Not even getting paid for it. Like the extra work that I'm being burdened with, I'm not even getting paid for it.
Okay. Are you finding that? So I'm just summarizing, still summarizing what you had said. So someone was let go, and so it sounds like that has impacted your work by adding to your workload. Did you kind of absorb that other person's workload as a result of them being let go?
Yeah, I was assigned all of the work that the person that went away had to do. So it was all of a sudden. So it just came up on me. And now I just have all of these deadlines that I have to meet that are not realistic.
Okay. So I'm hearing that as well, and I want to thank you for sharing. That does sound like that's a lot, and I mean that explains your leave of absence, I guess, because you were just trying to look after yourself
Yep.
with being overburdened. Okay. Now, as I understand, this workload isn't being split. Can I maybe ask why the workload isn't being split and it's being delegated to just one person?
It's not actually just being delegated to her. It's a whole team working on the project.
Okay.
And they were working together on this particular project. So she knows what was actually happening in the project. So that's why, sort in a way, naturally it fell on her
Mhm.
to do everything on that project because she and the other guy who was let go of, they were only briefed about this whole project. And I don't think it was just a circumstance where he was let go of and then it just fell on her.
She was the most familiar with the
yeah,
project.
with
it
the whole
sounds like.
project, yeah. And I think it was close to the end, the whole project, but the situations didn't turn out in our favor, and things went south.
Right. So as I, what I'm hearing from you is that it wasn't like you guys wanted
Yeah,
to
exactly.
let that person go. It was a matter of circumstance, and we just ended up in this situation.
She's got the skill set to complete it, and you'd expect her to complete it by the
Okay.
time, and she's taken a leave of absence.
Hmm.
Because, again, like I said, it's affecting my company. It's affecting the work. So it is. We expect her to do it because she's got the capacity to do it and the skill set to do it. So I don't
Okay.
understand why she's not doing it.
Okay. I'm think I'm starting to get a better idea of the picture here. And I am hearing that you guys are, in terms of both of your interests, you're both looking to, get work done, make sure that you meet the bottom lines. We're meeting project deadlines and ultimately, making your bosses happy, meeting your quotas. Does that sound about right?
Yes, exactly. And at the end of the day, it's a business, so there's money associated here, and it's commission based. So as we, finish a project, we all get paid commission.
Right.
Yep. So I just want this to get over with, so we can focus on the next one and get paid.
Mhm. I am hearing from Leha though that she feels like she's being not appreciated for the amount of work that she does, especially having taken on all this work from the other employee and perhaps not having being asked about it beforehand and just taking it on. Is that something? Are you guys hearing that? Is that something that you guys? How should I say this? Are you guys hearing that from Leha? Can you understand maybe why that would be a lot to add to her workload?
She never said this to us. The meeting I had one-on-one meetings with Leha and Imran, but
Okay.
she never pointed this out. She was like, "I'm being overburdened, but I expect her to do the work." And I've asked Imran about it, and he's like, "It's team meetings and it's a teamwork, so she's expected to do the work." And she never brought this up during the one-on-one meeting that I had with her. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I just don't feel comfortable. As I said, I feel like there's some bias going on there. So I just
What do you mean bias? I don't understand the word bias.
Alrighty. We are not interrupting as again. I'm just going to take a little break here, and if we need a break, we can also take that. Not that we have the time, but just saying if we do we want to reassess the ground rules? Do we want to maybe change up the ground rules?
No, it's just that she's accusing us of something.
Okay.
Just simply tolerate that.
I understand that this is definitely a tense situation. There's a lot of emotions here. Let's try to keep them to a minimum because at the end of the day, we're all here to try to work out a solution to this problem, right? So it sounds like you guys, we're here today, as we said, we all have a shared problem. So why don't we together as a team look at how we can tackle this? From what I'm hearing, it sounds like there's maybe some communication issues that could certainly be improved in the workplace in terms of functionality. Maybe there's some camaraderie issues and I'm thinking of team building. That's the word. Team building issues that we could work on and improve so that, your employees feel comfortable with bringing up how they feel and maybe issues can be nipped in the bud beforehand. So I want to lead us into a brainstorming session here with the understanding that we're going to work on this problem together today. Would that be okay? Are we open to, brainstorming
Yeah.
ideas for how we could, work on improving communication in the office and maybe lessen, Leha's workload so that work still gets done. So we still, address your concerns there, but we also don't overburden Leha to the point where she needs to take a leave of absence or maybe even, leave the company entirely at one point or another, which I'm not saying that's something you want to do, but looks like something that's crossed your mind before.
it's just as I said, it's just too much. I think I might appreciate some help almost. If I could have some help.
So what for you? So I mean, I want to open the floor up to everybody for brainstorming, but since you started with that, why don't I start with you on what you think would be viable solution to help address that need for you, that need to help split the workload or just relieve that burden on you?
Yeah, like kind of maybe if I had an assistant or someone helping me with
I'm gonna write
this.
these down as you do it, but please keep going. So, you were
Yeah,
saying
somebody to assist me to get this done easier so that I don't have to just do it on my own.
so would that involve bringing on someone else to be your assistant?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, that's one. Any others? Any others that you feel Leha could address, could help you out?
I also think like prioritizing which ones need to be done first. Like kind of not giving me 10 things to do, just being like, oh, these are the things that have to be done first so that I can kind of focus on that first and then get on the other things later.
So maybe we could sit down and look at all the things that you have to do and figure out, you know, with the help of you guys can sit down and maybe figure out which of these are most important, which of these can maybe be done in a day, 2 days. Does that sound okay?
Yep.
As a possible solution? What others?
I think we can have a task list. Remember that we used to have initially. Yeah, we can have a task list with each employee gets on the morning that these are the things that's supposed to complete by the end of the day.
So that it's more communicated more clearly what the expectations are every day for the tasks. Okay. A task list. Okay. I keep throwing them out. We're
Yep.
not evaluating anything yet.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, opening channels of communication. So basically, where
How could
I'm
we do
not
that?
every time when like Leha and her colleagues have problem, I think it should be an open thing where I can communicate with my superiors as well, who's above Hidash, my manager, or she can directly, communicate her problems to Hidash as well.
Like an open forum?
Open forum, because then I don't want any problems to, go into mediation, because this,
Right. We don't want to be here again. Not
Ev-
that you guys don't love seeing my lovely face, but you don't want to have me be in the office.
yeah,
Like,
exactly. I want to
right?
get projects done so everything goes smoothly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Any others? Yeah.
Just regarding communication, I think we can set up more meetings with as a team. Your team has got meeting with the manager so that with me as a manager, so we can actually bring up issues and things that we can work on regarding productivity, if that helps.
And would that be something that you're open to as manager?
Oh, I
having
think I can
these
some
meetings?
time in my schedule to help my team because after all, it's a business and if you're trying to make profit, so yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. And that's obviously something that you are interested in, right? You want to
Yeah.
maintain your team, make sure they're all functioning where as they
Yes,
should.
for sure. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. What other ideas that we could do? I've heard great
Can I
ones
just say
from-
something? Just technical. Trina, can you mute your microphone, please?
You've thrown out some great ones about communication, but other ones perhaps maybe to address this issue specifically of your workload that has led us to have this conflict about you having to openly criticize her in front of.
I think Imran can delegate the work, the same work that she's doing to different, or maybe the work that just focus her work on the things that she specializes in, and the broader task you can give it to the whole team.
It was actually a closed deadline. That's why she was the one who was briefed about this. So that's why she was handling the whole thing. But if we would have dealt with this problem early on, we could have had a greater time to get other employees to sit on this problem and then work on this together. But since it was it went on for a long time, and then we had a short amount of time, so that's why we were not able to bring these problems up. If more time, then
I think just adding on to that, I think I'll just ask my clients, just I didn't know about this. Maybe I can ask my clients for a more realistic deadline rather than the ones that we already have. Since we're short in numbers, maybe I think there's something that I can work on with my clients.
So we can
we would
potentially
choose the projects.
negotiate deadlines. Is that what I'm hearing? That we could renegotiate deadlines with our clients? Okay. It sounds like, sorry to interrupt, I just wanted to briefly add, it sounds like we're all in agreement, and I wanted to confirm if we are, that we all agree that she is the most qualified person for this particular task. Is that correct?
Yes, which is why I feel like I could be paid more to do this. Like I don't mind doing the work. but I feel like I should also be paid more to do this.
Okay. So as I understand it, you would like to be compensated, more fairly for what you feel like is much more work than you're being paid for.
Yeah, I would like that too.
I think that's a common problem for a lot of us. Very relatable feeling. So is there any others in terms of brainstorming? Any other ideas we can think of for resolving this issue? There's been a lot of great ones.
For me, I think it's just a basic, communication problem that we had before, and if we deal with that, then I think we should be good moving
Mhm.
forward.
Okay.
Also, something that I noticed, Leha said something in the beginning about Imran being on her toes, like every day asking about what work she's done.
Yeah.
And I think maybe we can do something about that. Maybe just less check-ins.
It sounds like you were a little frustrated about his micromanaging on you. Okay. So again, that goes back to communication.
I appreciate one-on-one meetings about
With whom?
with me on.
So you and whom?
So that he doesn't actually like
You and
have a
him, group
of people and just like.
Right. So it sounds like if in the future, maybe I could also write that as a suggestion. If you have criticism for Leha, she maybe prefers that it be communicated
one-on-one.
One-on-one.
It was just a group evaluation. That's why it was among other colleagues. But yeah, if she wants it to be done one-on-one, then why not?
Okay.
But that would just take a lot of time to debrief every employee one by one.
That's just one idea. We're not evaluating yet, but having one-on-one feedback would definitely reduce the need to say it in front of other people.
Okay, yeah. For feedback, yeah.
Yeah,
can do that.
you'd be open to that.
Yeah, for feedback.
Okay, I think that would help solve the communication issue that's going on there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, there's a lot of great ones here. So now we can maybe start to evaluate based on the list here what we can do to find a solution. And we don't need to pick just one of these things. We can, hybridize. We can pick, a couple of them and mix them up all together and find the best one.
Yeah, I'll start with the first one. That's not happening. I'm not doing anything else. No way. I don't have the money for it. And
we're not bringing on an
no,
assistant.
that's a lot of HR work, and no,
much money.
I'm not doing that. No.
Okay. So on a realistic basis, maybe bringing on an assistant's not the most feasible idea. Okay. So in terms of reprioritization of her tasks, how are we?
This is something that Imran might be able to talk on.
Yeah, reprioritization, I think we could work on. If we have more time, then we can delegate work to different employees based on their skills. Because not everyone is the same in the team. So some people are good at something, some people are not.
Right.
That way we can delegate and reprioritize the tasks. Yep.
If there are other things that other employees, like we've said, she is the best person for the job, but if there are other smaller tasks associated with that, project that other employees could help with, maybe they could support her.
This is something that I forgot during the brainstorming session, but how about I was thinking maybe we can teach others a few if she's got the time, she can teach others about what she's doing, and maybe we can compensate her on that just for her time. But
Right.
she
That
can
would be
do-
more for her to do, to train others, but that's an
Yeah.
idea as well. She
Yeah.
could train some
Yeah.
of your employees to
I would really appreciate that from her. end.
that. Yeah, I like that suggestion as well. And maybe as an additional suggestion, would you guys be open to having maybe a seminar for your employees just to improve communication?
I think we can have team building exercises and stuff with HR. I'll talk to HR about it. Sure.
Yeah, I think that would be good to build the team and maybe break down some communication walls so that everybody's communicating more effectively. For sure. So then task list, what do we think?
I think I won't be okay with task list because the first we got rid of it because then I was pressured too much.
It's a lot for
That's
you to
why.
do every day.
Every day, yeah.
Make
And
the
to,
lists.
then we go back to micromanaging every day. So that's why we got rid of it in the first place. So I think I won't be okay with task list.
Okay. Do you see micromanaging as something that you need to work on?
It was just the call of the hour, the need of the hour, basically. So that's why I had to do it. But if we get a task list, then I'll be micromanaged as well. So I don't want that as well.
Right. Right. And it sounds like that would add to your daily tasks, maybe
Yes.
not be the most effective. Okay. So then having an open forum for, discussing issues amongst your employees. How do we feel about that?
Yeah, the last time we did that, this happened. So yeah, I
Okay.
don't think that's a good idea because I don't want to be here again. I just want to get things done. So
Right. We said this the last time we want to do this.
Yeah, but wouldn't open forum, help us to get things sorted within ourselves?
But I feel like nobody really pays attention to it after a point.
Okay. Well, it's a suggestion that we can leave on the table. And I mean, it's not something that you guys can't do in the future. But maybe once we've started the team building exercises, we started building the team connections and, we have better rapport amongst our peers and our colleagues, maybe we can then start to explore the open forum once we've improved our communication.
yep, we'll cross that bridge when we get.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I like that. So in terms of having more team meetings, how do we feel about that option?
So I would actually prefer that, but then it's more on them. It's their time.
Right, it cuts into their day.
Yeah, exactly. So if they're okay with it and if they're efficient about their time management, then I'm more than happy for them to have more team meetings.
Okay. All right. So we'll leave that on the table as well. We have delegating next, which again involves, kind of ties it to training
Exactly.
another person. So I guess we can kind of leave that on the table for later. Those are kind of joint, and then negotiating deadlines with your clients.
Yeah, that's something on me. But the thing is, I can't guarantee it. So it's not a fixed. I would say it's not a fixed solution.
That's something that you want to do to renegotiate the
So
deadlines.
the thing is, it can affect my business. I can try. I'm not giving sureties. I can
Right.
try with my clients.
Right.
But yeah, like I said, it's project management, and at the end of the day, there's one things done. So
Right.
yeah, I can try for sure.
We can try. Okay. I like that optimism. So then looking at the idea of the raise, what do we feel about that?
Yeah. So about race, it's just like bringing an assistant. I can't. So for the work that she does, she was hired above the market value. What she was given above the market value package, and just like I said, I can't. I'm not spending a lot of money on this. I can't bring in an assistant for her and a raise. I know I can't. If she expects too much, then there's no way I'm doing that. But
Okay.
I'll just see what's reasonable. Let her tell me what's reasonable for her.
Yeah.
Why don't we hear from her what her expectations would be for
I
that?
feel like I deserve a fair raise, like because, as I said, it's like you were paying two people before this, and now that's gone, and you don't have to hire a new person now. So you're still saving money by just paying me extra. Like I'm not going to be demanding something a new person's going to be demanding, right?
So you're okay with the overload as long as there's a raise?
Yeah. If I'm fairly compensated for what I'm doing, yeah.
Sounds like
This is something that you should have brought up when we met.
so. It sounds like we have established our communication needs to be improved a smidge, but it sounds like that maybe is a feasible solution here that would maybe meet everybody's needs in the sense of making sure you're compensated fairly. We're not taking away from your workload. She's still getting the work done. And maybe where you can improve in communication so that you don't need to be so involved in your employees' affairs. They don't need to feel like you're criticizing them or micromanaging them. How do we feel about that?
Yeah, and not come to mediation every time. Yeah. So I
I'm
think
getting the feeling you guys don't like having me here. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. So yeah. So how do we feel about that as a solution before we
yeah, I
do
think
the rest of our options?
I'm okay with that. I'm more than okay with that because communication is very, very necessary.
Okay. Yeah.
Above all, I just want to say that they're a team in the end. So I want them to work together properly,
Right.
and efficiently as possible. So
Right. At the end of the day, that's what we all want, right? We're all here today because at the end of the day, even if we don't love each other, we still have to work with each other. So it's pretty important that we try to preserve this relationship, the working one, as much as possible, which is why I was trying to establish those ground rules so hard. So I mean, we have a couple others, but it looks like we've landed on probably the best one, and we need to maybe do some team building and communication seminars for you to book.
yeah, I can work with HR on that.
Yeah, and just work on building the team rapport. But how are we feeling about where we've come to in the mediation?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I think I can work on the race, but then it'll have to be based on something. I guess.
Right. We could look at in terms of how much other jobs, other positions that are similar to hers, how much they're being paid. Could we perhaps maybe look at formulating the raise based on that standard?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I do like working in this company and I feel like I've established a good relationship with them. I've worked with them for 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
And I think this issue kind of damaged that. And I think coming here actually did help kind of clarify certain things. And I think the communication thing is something that I need to focus on as well, which I think is good.
Yeah, Aleha, we don't want to lose you for sure, which is why I am more than happy to work on the race. But again, like I said, I think we look at what your tasks are, and then maybe we can work on that based on market, whatever the market rate is, and yeah.
I think we can come up with a fair raise based on that evaluation standard. Yeah.
Yes,
that's
and
good.
for me, it's basically the deadlines. I don't want to be pressured too much with the deadlines. So if you
Mm.
could negotiate a deal where uh, you retain the same customers, but where you get a a bigger a longer deadline, which is the market standard. I think we just to beat the competition, we give smaller deadlines where you could work with the market and then get better deadlines, so that I'm not pressured as much.
Yeah, I do understand that we do give a shorter deadline than others, but yeah, I can work on that. I'm not guaranteeing it, but yeah, I'll work on that.
Do you feel that, if we improve communication, that you'd feel less pressure from him?
So that's why I suggested open forum of communication, where
Right.
just the communication would ease this problem of strict deadlines,
Mhm.
where we don't have to have this formal meeting and we can have this one-on-one conversation with each
Essentially,
other.
I think, which thank you for sharing. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I think it's great in terms of if we improve communication, more, you're more in the know, and then there's less need to kind of stick your nose in everything, if you
exactly.
will. You can maybe spend more of your time doing more of the negotiating, but also just big picture management tasks. Okay, is there any closing thoughts? If we've sort of reached our resolution here, we'll get back to the raise as we'll work on that. But any closing thoughts here?
No, I think this was really helpful for the team. It did save. I don't know if it did or not, but I think it did help rebind the relationship a bit.
Mhm.
This could have been a falling out for us,
Right.
but this did help. So I think it was a good thing that we came into mediation.
I'm glad, because we didn't want a falling out and we didn't want to escalate this any more than we had to. So I'm glad that we could sit down and resolve it today.
Yeah, happy employees, happy business.
Yep,
Yes.
that's what they say, right? So yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Great. Okay, Jessica, so you want to? I think Trina, you're going to be giving the
Thank you so
presentation
much.
because you're
CCRS. That was amazing.
Jessica will speak to you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes,
So Trina's
next
there,
up-
and it's all teed up, ready to go.
Okay, next up we have Trina Ralkoff, and she's going to speak about trauma-informed resilient communication.
And
Are you there,
we
Trina?
can, Trina?
Hi, I'm here.
Let's, make sure.
Can everybody hear me?
Can hear. Hold on, I'll just. Hi, Trina.
Hi.
Great. Okay. You can tell Jessica when to change a slide, and all she has to do is do this.
Awesome.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so I'm
Teamwork.
just showing her right now, and you're good. That's it. Okay.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, sorry I can't be there in person. I had a slip and twist, so my mobility is impaired at the moment. And to make it from the parking lot into the building could have been a feat on itself that might have been dangerous. So happy to join via online, and with the beautiful, innovative room of the global classroom. And thank you, Lon, for
Welcome
allowing me
back.
to be a part of this
Welcome
again.
back,
I know.
Tina,
I'm
but
excited.
in spirit. Welcome back. You don't need to share your camera or anything. We can
Okay.
see the, so you're good. You know, we can hear you
Okay,
clearly.
awesome.
Everything's good. Okay.
So thanks everybody. Just a little bit about myself. I'm glad I get to follow up on the mock mediation because it's an opportunity after those who participated and what you watched to reflect on, did you implement, did you ever consider, or are you aware of what trauma-informed resilient communication is? So kind of before we get started, a little bit about myself. I am a mediator, workplace investigator, conflict management consultant, trauma-informed training around the world, resiliency training around the world. Background is in clinical mental health, in social work, worked across Canada and internationally, co-author of a few books. One that I'm really proud of, that it was collaboration of 120 conflict resilient practitioners of all different professions that we contributed to a book during the COVID, and then all of the donations went to the Ukraine. So my chapter was on family and conflict resiliency. So in regards to my PowerPoint, I apologize in advance of the color coding because I lost what I created, so I had to quickly recreate. But the key is to get the message. And the next two slides, they're going to be different in the color. And the purpose is that for you to resonate and the visuals to internalize the message. And the point I hope you take away from this brief presentation, it will not make you certified, qualified as being trauma-informed. It's just an overview. But the idea being, when we're mediating, when we're involved in ADR practices to resolve conflict, restore relationships, we need to understand that our past experiences of history, intergenerations, social history impact how we show up as the mediator or as the client. And you need to be aware of that. We also need to be aware of the language and how we speak. Our tone, our cadence, our choice of words can either create a threat response in somebody you're speaking to, or create a safety, internalized, I'm present and grounded response, and I'm here with you during this mediation. So when we're looking from a trauma-informed resilient communication lens, we're looking at, how do you prepare yourself before you're going into a mediation or any conflict resolution conversation? How do you approach difficult conversations? And where resilient comes from, Jessica, you can go to the next slide, it's a new term that has been adopted and created by Dr. Gav Schneider.
Resilience.
Dr. Gav Schneider is out of Australia, and I had the privilege of meeting him through other peers that work for him in his consulting and in his business. And where his background comes from is in high risk conflict, business management. He is also a prof of criminology, PhD. And what he kind of created in the term resilience is, before we can become resilient as an individual, as a leader, as an ADR practitioner, you need to become resilient. And what does that mean? It means it's a mindset. It's a transformation in how you look at risk. And conflict is risk. It's interpersonal risk. It's personal risk. It's professional risk. And when you become resilient, you prepare yourself in your adrenal management. And what is adrenal management? It's how we become trauma informed, because trauma can impact ourselves and it can impact the clients while you're having the mediation or the negotiation or the arbitration or even in court. So when you want to kind of look at how do you become resilient, it's the lens in how you prepare for conflict resolution. And what's kind of fun is that picture of the lens is actually the picture of my iris and a peer's iris from the UK, that when it came down to do a presentation at the ADR Canada Institute's 50th anniversary conference this year, we went and took a picture of our irises to represent the lens through which you look at conflict resolution. And a key point, a part of being resilient in the lens, is understanding as well, when we're looking especially in the workplace, understanding, knowing how do we integrate the 13 psychosocial factors of the Canadian National Standards of Psychological Health and Safety, because conflict directly impacts our mental health. So that's just a brief kind of idea of what is resilience, and as you prepare in conflict management, in justice, in fairness, what is the lens you bring forward? And also within this lens, just before I go to the next slide, is how do you check your implicit biases, your unconscious biases before you start a mediation? Even if it was the client, what biases are you going in? Because we're all human, and our social context of our upbringing since birth, our communities, our culture, our history, our intergenerations impact our biases, and we all have them. And as a mediator, if you don't check your biases before you start a mediation, before you start a pre-mediation interview, you may not be coming in with your neutral ball cap on. Okay, next slide, Jessica. So what is trauma? We know that trauma, and again, I'm not going to read what trauma is. I'm going to let you read it, but the understanding of trauma is a past event. So what does that mean when we're looking at trauma-informed? Is that when we go into a mediation, when we're working in conflict resolution, trauma are past events that impact how we show up. And trauma is historical, intergenerational, acquired at childhood through the developmental years, is workplace, is in the community, is domestic violence. Trauma is everywhere around us, but it's a past event that has occurred that when you are conducting a mediation or any ADR process or having a difficult conversation regarding conflict, we don't know when somebody might be having a trauma response. So understanding trauma is important because it impacts how we show up. You could be having and conducting a mediation, and something that is said or a smell occurs or a visual happens that gives you a flashback of a similar experience. So say you were mediating a insurance claim regarding a car accident, and you have a history of a bad car accident maybe 25 years ago, 20 years ago. You will be influenced. It will impact you. So to become trauma-informed is not only to learn how to recognize a trauma response in the clients, but also how to identify and recognize trauma responses in yourself. The key as well is that within trauma, again, past event. Stress, difficult conversation, that's a present current event. The unique thing is trauma and stress responses mirror each other. One's in the past, one's in the present. Next slide, Jessica. So when we're looking at trauma responses, and again, this is just a brief overview, to become trauma-informed, you need to become trauma-aware. And so it's understanding what is trauma, how does it impact who we are, how we show up in the world, and how we do our jobs or our various roles. Trauma-sensitive means you're not only aware of trauma, but you're able to recognize trauma responses, and you have skill sets how to bring somebody out of a trauma response during a mediation, and you're able to help ground them so that they can continue the mediation. And that might look like a bathroom break. That might look like just taking a break and having caucuses. And it's recognizing as a mediator, as the conflict practitioner, you're able to create that space to create a psychologically safe environment to help somebody become grounded again if you see a trauma response or an escalation in stress behaviors and you don't put them in a powerless position because you made it known to everybody. And what I mean by that is I'm conducting a mediation. I see the one client is starting to get stressed. I start to see their hands shake. That is a trauma stress response. So what I do to take attention away from this person who's supposed to be fully participating in their mediation is I might call and say, yo, you know what, sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. I need to take a washroom break. So I'm going to just call, a break for everybody. You can go back to your, designated caucus rooms, have a discussion, go get something to drink, go use the washroom yourself. And I will stop the mediation. But when they go into their separate caucus rooms, and depending if they have lawyers with them or other expert professionals or support person, I will then go check in with them. And then I will utilize a skill that we have pre-discussed in the pre-mediation of how to help them become grounded into the present so we can return to the mediation and they can be fully informed and become a participant in their own process. 5 types of responses are fight, flight, freeze, flop, and fawn. Brief descriptions are there. Fawn is a learned response. It's not part of our innate anatomy as we grow up. So what that means is a fawn response is a yes response, is how it's kind of characterized. Somebody who's always saying yes and agreeing to everything, even though they know they're right, and they may have evidence to prove that they are right, and their information is credible. However, fawn responses are learned behavior most often found in domestic abuse, in family violence. So if you're looking to go into mediation in the family domain and divorce, separation, being aware of a fawn response, being aware of trauma informed, and trauma aware also includes situational awareness and ensuring you are providing not only a physical safe environment for this mediation, but a psychologically safe environment for this mediation. And there's tips and tools and processes and pre-checks that you need to do, even if you're conducting a mediation on Zoom or another avenue online, to ensure there's both physical and psychological safety prior to any mediation taking place. Next slide, Jessica. So some of the principles of trauma-informed, again, these are some of the guidelines, frameworks of what you want to look at. Safety and security, choice and voice. I don't know if you've ever witnessed, but I've watched, been a part of some mediations just as an observer where the client did not speak once. They weren't even acknowledged by their lawyer or their representatives. Is that a fulsome, self-determined, empower opportunity or environment for the client to be a part of their resolution, to be self-determined in creating the solutions to repair and restore relationships? So when you're looking at justice and fairness, always take into consideration, no matter who is representing them, they should be part of the decision-making and the repair, the restoration, and the conflict resolution. So those are the principles of trauma-informed. You can go to the next one, Jessica. And here's the pillars. And again, I'm not going to go through everything, but it's just looking again, awareness, the recognition, the engagement, and the education. And what we mean by education is when you're in school, when you're a professional, ongoing education is important. And in today's world, it's very volatile, it's very uncertain, it's complex, and there's a lot of ambiguity. It's a VUCA world. That's risk. And we need to be aware of ongoing education. So kudos and thank you, Jessica, for just setting up this access to justice format and opportunity in the global classroom where both online and in person you can attend.
Thank you very much.
By her being able to do this, we were able to engage everybody. Okay, the next one. So, and this is the last kind of PowerPoint. It's just to recognize again, conflict resolution requires resiliency. And what I want you to take away from this is resiliency is not sleep well, eat well, have a community. Resiliency is not bounce back, because sometimes bouncing back isn't healthy. Resiliency is risk mitigation, whether it's personal, professional, organizational, operational, financial, environmental. Becoming resilient is being resilient at the beginning in conflict management. Resilient is a critical incident, a conflict has occurred, and now you're going to learn from that conflict. And you're not going to bounce back, you're going to bounce forward and have the skill sets, the learning, and the experience in your back pocket for the next time, because the next time will come. So I want you to take away again, you want to become resilient and prepare before mediations, before any ADR practice. When you are a resilient trauma-informed practitioner, you understand resilience is risk mitigation, and that's what conflict resolution is. You're mitigating the risk of conflict. And what you do, you embrace it, you shift, you build skill sets, mindsets, and you facilitate for better outcomes. And that's the joy of being human and endless possibilities of conflict resolution, because we don't have to stay inside the box in resolution. We want that most extreme. If you had that magic wand and you walked into work or back into school and it was the perfect environment, what would that look like? What would that feel like? And what would others notice is different? That is conflict resolution. And the next slide. So if you want to get in contact with me, if you want to, I'm not sure your roles, your positions, but if you want to engage in some upskilling, education, consult, feel free to contact me. And thank you for this opportunity.
That's awesome. Thank you, Trina. Trina is a very experienced mediator. I think you can tell by the presentation. And I just wanted to mention, Kate, my assistant, worked very hard on an Access to Justice booklet, and Trina and all of the other speakers who were here today, their contact is in that booklet. So if you like somebody that you heard today and you want to speak more to them, I will send you everyone the digital copies of this book. It's Access to Justice provincially. So there's a lot of information in there that's useful. And if you know anybody that needs help, you could forward the booklet to them as well.
Trina, I made sure that I wrote on the big board, as you can see, the next time will come. That's a very good line.
It is, right? Because it's human and life doesn't stop from anybody.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a very,
it's coming.
The world is different right now, right? So we need to ensure that we're resilient and resilient ourselves before we can support others.
Always be ready. Yeah, it's great.
That's awesome. Thanks again. Thank you so much for coming. And thanks to everybody that's here for making this a success. I really appreciate everything you've done to make it happen today, to all of you. Bye, Trina.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Take care, Trina. Should I save the note? I'll save the notes and everything now, okay? Yeah.
That'd be great.
That's the final. I don't want to lose all of that. And the chat, and then we're good, okay? That I have to always remember. Okay, so we save the chat. There's a lot in the chat. Good, there it is. Yeah, sure. No problem. Isn't it? When it works, you see it in action. Yeah, I know it. And yeah. Yeah, I spent quite a few years building it. I teach all my classes out of here, and I built it with the college. And I wait till you see the recording too. You know, on YouTube, it's nice high definition, and you know, so you know, it's we got to be educating everybody better now. It's such a complicated world. You know what I mean? Yeah. Lon, Professor Lon Appleby. Yeah, 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 yeah. I teach. Well, I teach essentially the story of humanity out of here in 3 general education electives: short history of the world, the global leader, and humanity's destiny. So it's all about the past, present, and future of the. About 15 years now. Yeah, 15, and well, I built this, you know, with the college. Yeah, so I've had to learn as a professor how to be a tech and IT guy. So it's been a long, long haul. But fortunately, you're seeing it at the other end where it's working well. But was it? Did you find it? You can see it's a good educational experience. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, you should see when we have team activities, group activities in a class. You know, the teams will go to the boards, make notes together. You know, 3, 4 people here, 3, 4, and then you can see that up on the board together. So it's a real think tank feeling. You know. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Listen, spread the word, please, because the college doesn't always understand what I'm doing, but they've been very supportive. But generally, they don't get that you need to be handing those things out so everybody can just get into the conversation. You know? Yeah. Anyways, thanks. Okay, so live chat we have. We want to save that. Okay, we're going to end this. So turn that